The latest in gaming news is all about cause and effect. First, we have an analyst and other analysts predicting the impact that GTA 6 will have on the industry, ranging from predictions about standards, practices, and how Rockstar will handle future consoles and PC. We're going to take a look at those comments because it does pertain to future potential releases of the game. Then we have another analyst exposing the effect that Game Pass has on sales, and it is steeper than you might expect. For a long time, the term Game Pass effect has been thrown around, but we've never seen any data or numbers. Now, this is also connected to another story that came out around the similar timeline, talking about Call of Duty leaks, that we learned about their rising development cost as the sales of the product goes down. We also have more layoffs hitting a studio that had a pretty big flop in 2024, which is in line with the theme of today of cause and effect. But it's a worrying thing about the future for Batman games and any other single-player games that they may make. Lastly, we have new acshadows gameplay and parkour details. I'm going to do my best to not get too excited about this game because it continues to look better and better during this delay period, and I hope they can deliver as a huge Assassin's Creed fan. And I do have a game for your wish list and your radar. It's another one that's right around the corner. So let's get into these GTA 6 new predictions or brand new things about GTA 6. But before I do, take a quick second and make sure you have pressed the like button, especially if you are in the live stream. That is an extremely helpful way for the video to find more people. And make sure you hit subscribe. Double check your notification bell. A lot of people's notification bell got switched to personalized. Switch it to all so you don't miss my uploads and my live streams. And if you want to support the channel directly, consider clicking join and make sure you pick Member Plus. We've got a new segment planned at the end of the day that you'll only get into if you're Member Plus. Now, the GTA 6 predictions are pretty all over the place. There's a lot of different things going on. As we're all waiting for the GTA 6 release date and the second trailer, analysts continue to weigh in about the potential sales and the impact of this giant title. We have had predictions about $1 billion coming just from pre-orders alone from the Financial Times. They also claimed it would surpass $3 billion in 1 year, which would be double of what GTA 5 did in the same time. Now we have analysis as it pertains to live service industry impact, future console releases, PC, and what might fracture the GTA Online player base. So up first, what was said about the live service industry impact? Newzoo analyst Emmanuel Rosiers told GameIndustry.biz that, quote, Rockstar's history of crafting genre-defining titles positions GTA 6 to set new industry standards, yet its challenge lies in navigating a gaming world increasingly dominated by live service titles. How Rockstar adapts to the Grand Theft Auto formula to this evolving landscape will not only determine GTA 6's success, but may also redefine the future of open world gaming. Now, this is spot on in my opinion. In my latest upload, I titled it The GTA 6 Problem. If you haven't watched it, check it out. A lot of people thought it was a negative video. It's not. It's about the challenges that GTA 6 will face, but also it's going to have an impact on the industry as well. And one of the things I talked about was when it finally goes live with GTA 6 Online, that's going to pull a lot of players from not just the GTA Online player base that already exists, but from outside of that player pool. This will naturally compound the already existing problem of new live service games struggling to capture and keep players with so many big dogs eating up so much of the player pie. But the other aspect of this analysis that I do find to be accurate is that as the live service landscape shifts and changes, a game the size of GTA 6 adapting to or even charting new territory, well, that's going to have a huge impact on the live service game market. But what about what they said about future releases? Because essentially what we're saying is GTA 6 is going to be so large, it could potentially change people's expectations, the market itself, and how players engage with live service games because it is going to be so popular. But there's also analysts out here talking about the future releases of GTA 6. One of the reasons cited for GTA 5's very high lifetime total sales volume is how many times folks had to buy the game multiple times, basically from one console gen to the next. I found a Reddit thread where some users were reporting that they had bought GTA 5 anywhere from 2 to 4 times. Once for the Xbox 360, once for the Xbox One, then maybe for PS4 or PC. There was a good amount of players, I think, in the GTA player pool who didn't just buy GTA 5 one time, leading to some of its all-time high sales numbers. Well, one analyst thinks that Rockstar will continue this trick. They'll pull it right out of the hat again with GTA 6. I'm pulling this here from GameSpot. DFC, a consulting firm, predicted that Rockstar will release new versions of GTA 6 for the next Xbox and PlayStation consoles, in addition to PC, which may help the game continue to sell over time. Now, I will say this. The new and the more modern expectation from gamers about backwards compatibility might make this a little bit more difficult than it was in the past, especially when you've seen games like The Last of Us and Horizon Zero Dawn offer $10 upgrade options for their new remastered versions of the game. Basically, if you already owned the game, they didn't make you re-buy it, you just paid the difference on the upgrade. So, if there's a GTA 6 release that is considered the PS6 version, charging full price may be out of step with where player expectations are now. But if there is a game that could pull it off, it's probably GTA 6. Now, the last thing that is talked about is that this could fracture the GTA Online player base. We don't really have any information about how they're going to launch the online of GTA 6, other than it'll probably come later as a mode. So, and this comes from GameSpot. On the subject of live service, Piers Harding Rolls of Ampere Analysis said that Rockstar Games will need to deal with a fractured GTA user base when GTA 6 comes out, as people continue to play GTA Online for older machines while GTA 6 for newer consoles hits the market. Now, this is probably one of the largest question marks in the room when it comes to GTA 6. I think this is actually a bigger mystery than the GTA 6 trailer 2, as well as the release date. What will they do with GTA Online and GTA 6 Online? Will they attempt to create a merged instance? Is there going to be any level of account transfer, any kind of crossover at all? Or will they just gladly have portions of the player pool just migrate to GTA 6 Online, while many will happily stay active in GTA 5 Online? We'll have to wait, but it will obviously create some level of fracture when the online mode eventually releases for Grand Theft Auto 6. And that is probably the other big lingering question. How long are they going to make people wait for GTA 6 Online after the initial release of the game? The server infrastructure alone is going to be pretty significant because of the demand and how many people are going to be trying to get into the online mode when it launches. Now, this is also while maintaining their infrastructure and their servers for GTA 5 Online. So as I said, the theme of today in the gaming news is cause and effect, which is certainly true for our next story. Our next story is about the Game Pass effect. Chris Dring, the former head of GameIndustry.biz, took part in an industry Q&A that was published on InstallBaseForum.com. When asked about the different initiatives in the gaming space and the effect they can have, he said the following. Anecdotally, games that are in Game Pass can expect to lose around 80% of its expected premium sales on Xbox. That's the figure that gets thrown around. It's less if it's a big mainstream release, but generally, look at how low Hellblade 2 charted, or where Indiana Jones came, or even Starfield. Game Pass clearly hurt sales of those titles on Xbox. That's what he had to say. Now, while most of us are not surprised to see this number being thrown around, it's a pretty big alarm bell at a time when other news has come out about another big piece of Xbox property. Now, Chris Dring was formerly the head of GameIndustry.biz, and coincidentally, GameIndustry.biz just ran a report recently on court findings that showed the rising cost of Call of Duty budgets, and here is what they found. 2015's Black Ops 3 cost over $450 million and sold around 43 million copies, while 2019's Modern Warfare sold fewer units, 41 million, but it cost significantly more, 640 million. I'm just going to press pause here. It cost them almost another $200 million to make a game 4 years later that sold less copies. Okay, track with this trajectory. They continue. Black Ops Cold War in 2020 was even more expensive to produce again, costing over $700 million, and they sold 30 million copies. So if you track the trajectory, they went from games costing $450 million and selling 43 million copies to a game costing $700 million and only selling 30 million copies. Now you can see why this would be a worrying trend. Production costs going up by such a large amount while the sales go down is not something that you want to see. If this trend continues with Black Ops 6, you would really have to wonder what the Game Pass effect was on top of that already formed trajectory. Keep in mind, those trajectories for production costs and sales was before Microsoft owned the property, and now that they owned the property, they threw it on Game Pass, and if Chris Dring's number is to be believed, the sales on Xbox would have been reduced by anywhere between 70 and 80%. So if roughly 80% of your typical Xbox sales were not there because of the game hitting Game Pass, someone at Microsoft is going to have questions. I still believe that Phil Spencer fought for Black Ops 6 to be on Game Pass, but given what Chris Dring reported, along with GameIndustry.biz's findings, big games coming to Game Pass day and date is likely under the Microsoft spreadsheet microscope. More than that, the Call of Duty production machine will also probably go through scrutiny and maybe even redundancy analysis if the cost to make the games every year keeps going up, while your sales are both naturally going down, but also going down because of Game Pass. And continuing with the theme of cause and effect, there are layoffs hitting a studio that sadly isn't surprising. Insider Gaming reported the following: Rocksteady suffers more layoffs as Suicide Squad support winds down, and here is what they said. Eurogamer was the first to report on the layoffs after half a dozen staff who were part of the layoffs confirmed to the outlet that they had taken place. According to the report, employees in QA, programming, and art have been let go. Now, this is obviously worrying because there was an earnings call earlier this year that this is what they report on. Last May, during the company's Q1 fiscal year 2025 earnings call, Warner Brothers revealed that Suicide Squad cost the company $200 million in revenue after its disappointing release. During its last earnings call, the company said that moving forward, it'll put more of its focus on strong game franchises like Batman, Mortal Kombat, and Hogwarts Legacy. Now, this obviously made many of the hopeful fans, that Rocksteady would be pushed back towards Batman and start another great single-player game, maybe even start a whole new trilogy of games. Now, hopefully the layoffs slow down and the quality and the talent at the studio is leveraged to make a great game that many of us are confident that Rocksteady can make. Now, part of me wonders if this was a Redfall situation where a great single-player studio was pushed to make a live service game as more and more companies are attempting to jump on the gold rush for the live service dollars. I kind of fell for the marketing. I will 100% own the fact that I fell for it. The devs in the videos leading up to the release of this game, they seemed so passionate about the game that I trusted their history to deliver a great game if passion was behind it. As time has gone on, however, I'm starting to doubt that, and I hope they can return to their roots and make a great game with their next outing. And last, but certainly not least, in the theme of cause and effect, you always want to be a little sneaky in Assassin's Creed games, and there's new parkour footage. Thank you, Raptor, for this footage. Check out his video. It's a good breakdown of everything in this footage. It's very, very quick looks. That's the big theme right now. Brand new parkour elements in Assassin's Creed Shadows has surfaced, so this breakdown from Raptor is one you should check out. Already has 90,000 views, so he's doing a great job with the coverage over there. It shows that they will be able to link different moves into more seamless transitions, dodging into a drop down or dodging into a ledge grab, and then doing the classic leap down from a wall holding position. Now, the more I watch this, the more I feel like they've really nailed elevating the gameplay and the movement system of Assassin's Creed, creating a more seamless experience, especially when playing as a ninja. I think that'll be a huge factor in the immersion point of the game. Now, I hope the delay has helped. I especially hope that the game can be a success, not just because I like Assassin's Creed, but for the future of the Assassin's Creed franchise as a whole. It sounded like they had some pretty creative and cool things planned with things like Assassin's Creed Hexe, so I hope this game can land on its feet. Now, I do have a game for your wish list and your radar. I try to always end the opening segments with one, and this is another one that is right around the corner. It is called Big Helmet Heroes. It is hitting all platforms on February the 6th, so just under a month away. Currently, it is on sale. This is why it got kind of put back on my radar. They emailed me and said that it was on sale on Steam, and I was like, oh, is the game out? No, it's been put on sale for pre-orders. It's $20 instead of $25. There's also a demo on Steam and Xbox if you want to check it out. It looks like a more serious, more combat-focused Castle Crashers. It also features couch co-op. I plan on playing this with my wife and kiddos. This one does go up to 4 players, I believe. Now, this one is one that was part of the ID at Xbox event as well. That's why they secured that demo. So if you are wanting to try this out, that is available to you, as well as being available on Steam. And you're going to want to act quickly. A lot of the times, once these games release, you actually aren't able to play the demos anymore. And I'm stretching a little bit here. I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to see gameplay because they have 4 different classes of character. So it's not just 4 different colors with different weapons. You can also see there's a far more 3-dimensional aspect to the game with things like dashes, dodges, jumps, and other ways to get around the enemy's attacks, as well as your own ranged attacks and the ability to shoot and throw things. So I think this one looks great. If you're looking for a fun couch co-op romp, Big Helmet Heroes is almost here, and it does seem to be coming to all platforms. So, as I said, the theme of today is cause and effect. The cause and effect of GTA 6 is being analyzed with big predictions coming from financial analysis as well as industry analysis. We also had the Game Pass effect talked about by Chris Dring, and then the price of Call of Duty came out from a court document showing a rising cost of production in large numbers, very inflated budgets it seems, while the sales of the game continues to go down, really making people probably question about Game Pass in that situation. And then Rocksteady facing more layoffs as the non-successful launch of Kill the Justice League continues to kind of loom large over the studio, and then some new footage of acshadows gameplay. So that's the news. Now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Guys, make sure you hit that like button. There's already a bunch of you here. Let's set our sights on 200 likes. Appreciate you guys tuning in so much every single day, and I know that the news cycle continues to kind of orbit around GTA 6 as everyone kind of waits for them to say something or do something. I saw a bunch of videos this morning, and I basically think that the theme is right now is we're just waiting for that Rocksteady earnings call on February. That's either going to confirm the release date or confirm a delay. Joker Quinn, Han shot first and so did you. That's the first gifted member of the day. We are on pace right now, averaging 100 members every day. That's both from gifted and renewals. And then Autogon Ocelot renews for 28 months. Lono got the best community on the interwebs. Glad to be a fan since the first SNTR roundtable stream. Well, Jiminy Christmas, that was a long time ago. I believe our first interview was Fistmaster 5000. If you guys remember Fist. Sneaky Wolf comes in and gifts a member, and let's hear it for Sneaky Wolf, man. He got a little fender bender this morning. He and a street sign didn't get along, and neither did the ice. So glad you're safe though, brother. Rocksteady. Did I say Rockstar? Oops. Rocksteady, Rockstar. Oops. I do that all the time. I flub my words. Yeah. Rocksteady had layoffs, not Rockstar. My script more than likely had the correct. Lone, I found you some glow-in-the-dark tees. Make sure and check these ones out. Yeah, I'll make sure and check those ones out over there at Into the AM. I am wearing another Into the AM shirt and I'll go ahead and show it to you now. This one glows in the dark, and it's got a wolf on it, and we had a really, really funny conversation this morning about wolf t-shirts and how back in the day I wouldn't have worn a wolf t-shirt. I wouldn't have, and now I would, because it looks cool. And you can use my code over there at intotheam.com, and it'll stack on top of discounts, so you get my 10% off. They don't just do graphic tees. They have really, really cozy hoodies as well as pants, and even this one right here, this Sierra shirt jacket. I actually really like that. So you can always stack my code. You can go to intotheam.com/Lono, or just use code Lono at checkout and get yourself a nice savings over there. Thank you, Into the AM. We appreciate you. If Rockstar had layoffs, people would be jumping out windows. Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke. It's all these company names. It's like Rockstar, Naughty Dog, Rocksteady. I start to flub my words sometimes whenever I'm talking fast and moving through my script like that. Wolves are boomer friendly. They are now. Yeah. Get that tree down. Yeah, the Christmas tree's still up. All the lights in the yard are down. Christmas tree in the living room's down. You have until the end of January to take the Christmas ornaments down, right? You know, your country might be different than ours, Donnie. Firewalk, Fire Sprite. Yeah, there's Firewalk, there's Fire Sprite. Exactly. Rocksteady had layoffs. Yes, I misspoke at the very, very tail end of my opening monologue. I said Rockstar by mistake, because GTA 6 is once again in the headlines. As I'm curious what you guys think about that. Like, they released GTA 5 and they released it again, and you had to buy it again and again and again, right? And so a lot of people were on like this Reddit that I found, this Reddit thread, and they were like, oh yeah, I bought it for the Xbox 360 and then the Xbox One and then for my PC, right? Do you think if they have a version of GTA 6 that they release, like an updated version or whatever for PS6, I don't think they would get away with charging full price again. The number of houses with lights in my neighborhood's insane. If I wouldn't have done it when I did it, Eugene, ours would still be up because of the snow and the cold. I did it right before the storm hit outside. So yeah, 12 days after Christmas. Yeah. Bunch of Scrooges out here. I don't think they'd get away with that. I mean, I guess they get away with whatever they want because of how big they are. But I don't know if they would get away with double dip. Now, yes, double dipping from PS5 to PC, of course, Faffer, yes. So, you know, but as far as like PS5 to PS6, do you think they're gonna make you buy it again? Like, backwards compatibility is just like a thing right now. I can't imagine buying GTA 6 for my PlayStation 5 and then being like, oh, here comes the PS6, I've got to buy it again. I don't know if they'll be able to do that this time around. I think that the expectation with backwards compatibility is very different now within the consumer base. People will definitely double dip for full price. I could see double dipping on different platforms. I totally could see people buying GTA 6 on PC even though they already have it. I triple dipped. How many people double and triple dipped on GTA 5? How many of you did that? Every day is Christmas in your heart. Shut up. They definitely won't sell as many. I think you think GTA 6 will be delayed. What are you basing that off of? Jason Schreier from Bloomberg and Tom Henderson from Insider Gaming think the same. They don't have information pertaining to a delay, but they think that there will be a GTA 6 delay. So you did. I doubled. The 360 and the PS4, but that's different platforms. Unfortunately, I bought it 4 times. Me like 4 times. I bought it 3 times. Jiminy Christmas. The thing that shocks me about people double dipping on GTA is that a lot of you didn't double dip. You did it 3 and 4 times. That's more shocking than the double dip. The double dip doesn't surprise me that somebody would like buy it from one platform to the next. But what the frick? You triple dipped? You triple dipped? Y'all are out here doing a triple dip? You really? That's crazy to me, dude. Crazy. Okay. So a lot of you guys double and triple dipped. Okay, we've established that a lot of you guys are just you don't care. You'll buy it again. Do you think they'll be able to pull that off, going from one generation of console to the next? Right? I don't think they'll be able to do that this time around. I think people are like, what are you doing? What do you mean I've got to buy the game a second time? Like, I don't even think PlayStation's set up to allow that. Like, right now, if you buy a PS4 version of any game, you get it on the PS5. It's just there. I don't know. Are there any games where that doesn't work? I feel like every game you bought on PS4 or have on PS4, you just get it. If they put that, if they pull that off, their customers are suckers. In a world of backwards compatibility and digital libraries, I don't think it works this time around. I think the analysis and the prediction is wrong. I don't think. Now, I could see them doing an updated version for like the PS6, and maybe you could pay for the upgrade like they did with The Last of Us and Horizon Zero Dawn, like the remasters. Like, I could see that. I can't see them saying, no, you can't play the PS5 version of GTA 6 on your PlayStation 6. I don't think they have a say in that. I don't think they can stop you. As much as people spend on shark cards and the online, they will buy it in a heartbeat to upgrade it. I could see them pushing out a new SKU with updated graphics, performance, and whatever, and then I think you'd get people to probably buy. But I don't think they'll just be able to like make you do it. I think it'll have to be optional. Maybe they'll do like the $10 upgrade. Maybe. I'd be totally okay with that. If you push out an updated version, of a game and you want to charge people for the update, $10 or whatever, I think that's totally fine. When's the Space Marine 2 expansion? I don't know if they've put out a date yet. Has anybody seen the date? Upgrade sure, says Eugene. Another full purchase? Hell no. Right. That does seem to be, I think that's out of bounds. That was one of the predictions that the one consultancy firm, they're like a consulting firm or whatever, and that was one of their predictions, that Rockstar will do it again. That they'll release multiple versions of the game on future consoles to get the sales to go up. Like, they think, no, they'll definitely do that again. It works so well with GTA 5. I mean, how many people already today in chat said they bought GTA 5 2 and 3 times, 4 times? I mean, is the Nintendo Switch coming out this year? No, not next year. It's this year. Yeah, 2025 will be the release of the Nintendo Switch 2. I don't know if you saw it or not, but CES is happening right now, and there are accessory makers at the event who literally have physical replicas of the Nintendo Switch 2 and the Joy-Cons. Lona, you forget, a sale for Rockstar is a sale for Sony. Rockstar likely gave their roadmap to Sony, and Sony execs salivated sales for both PS5 and PS6. I don't agree. No, I don't think Sony would allow them to restrict the user base and tell them that, no, people can't play the PS5 version. I don't think Sony cares if Rockstar wants to come to the market with a new SKU and they try to sell you a full-priced version of GTA 6, that's the PS6 version. I don't think Sony will care about that. But Sony would not allow them to restrict and say, oh, no, yeah, we don't want any backwards compatibility. I don't think PlayStation would allow that. That's a value to their customer that is well established. And by the time the PS6 comes out, I don't think they'd be okay with that. If they want to sell a whole nother SKU, that's fine. That you're the developer and the publisher. You do whatever the frick you want with your stuff. You quad dipped, says Deadeye Survivor. I got 2 PS5s for me and my fiance, so I'm buying it at least 2 times. That's not necessary, Sorcerer. You only have to buy it once, and you designate one of the PS5s as your home PS5, and that one can play on anything that you have purchased. Like, I bought Returnal once. My wife and I have played it together. I bought the Entropy Survivor game where you're like a little frog in the spaceship. I bought that once. I bought Space Marine 2 once. You don't have to buy it twice. You designate wherever your fiance is going to play, that's your home PlayStation 5. If it's delayed till next year, Xbox could take an advantage on that. what advantage would Xbox leverage with GTA 6 getting delayed? I'm not seeing any connection there. You got to logically connect that for me. Not if you buy physical. Oh, that's true. I suppose that's true if you want to buy physical. Yeah. If you want to buy a physical version of GTA 6, then yeah, I guess you'd have to have 2 discs. Will consoles have more VR support? I don't know. PlayStation hasn't said much about it, but they continue to promote VR games. I think VR is just always going to be, it's just a slow burn. VR is a slow burn. The console being released next year? Well, we don't know if that's confirmed or not. That's an unconfirmed rumor that Xbox is releasing a console next year. First and foremost, it's a rumor. Secondly, there's another Xbox insider that says it's not happening. Thirdly, I do not think any future hardware from Xbox is central to their plan. They're not trying to repopulate or resaturate the market as if they're competing with Nintendo or PlayStation. So whatever advantage you think they could leverage if like GTA gets delayed or whatever, I think you're still buying into the idea that Xbox is interested in that. I don't think Xbox is interested in what you're assuming they care about. And a single gifted comes in from John Always, takes us to 211. Like, there's not a universe where Microsoft goes back to caring about that. They've made it clear they don't care about that. They're quite literally pushing into like ecosystem publisher identity. You know what I mean? Do you think people would rather buy the disc or buy the digital version on console? Depends on the market. I saw a report that like Europe had a pretty big dip in physical sales, and I believe that's one of the markets that typically is strong for physical sales. There are some regions of the world that are still very, very big on physical versus digital, but digital is likely going to continue to be on a rise, I think. It's just easier. It's just more convenient. It's also one of those things where you're being assimilated. It like, to make a Star Trek reference, I think resistance is futile. Like, the more and more you download digitally, the less and less you care about physical. It's like you just slowly get inoculated. You're like, yeah, I don't care. You know what I mean? Rockstar's been super silent because they are tired of the leaks. I definitely think that the GTA 6 trailer 2 is just going to get dropped one day. I don't know if they're going to tell us when it's coming. They might drop hints and things like they've done, but I don't think they're going to schedule it and tell us it's coming like last time because of what happened. True, but wasn't there a leak in the ABK documents of the dropping a new console in 2026? I do not think that the leaked documents said anything about 2026. The leaked documents had a variety of hardware efforts that they were considering. Satya Nadella liked the idea of just doing a controller that would then engage with the cloud. It looks like that's actually going to happen with the Sebel controller that we saw patents for, I believe Windows Central reported on that. They also were entertaining another two-tiered console. They were entertaining that. They were entertaining a handheld, and they were entertaining a PC hybrid. Those were not official plans that had been put into motion. They were all being considered. So right now, there's a variety of rumors swirling. There's the rumor that they're dropping a console next year. There's a rumor that they're doing a handheld. There's a rumor that they're doing a handheld hybrid. There's a rumor that they're doing... I am sorry. I got a frog in my throat and I can't get rid of it. There's a rumor about them doing like a PC hybrid where you can sideload Steam. And now there's the rumor that they're going to let other manufacturers make their consoles and handhelds in the future because they're already endemic to certain markets. So, for example, you could have Samsung or some manufacturer in the Asian market make a handheld, put their operating system on it. That way you can get people into the Xbox ecosystem and Game Pass in markets where Xbox struggles to penetrate. So you would have, Korean or Japanese consumers saying, oh, I trust Samsung, or, oh, I like this brand, because they're familiar with it, right? Xbox is very, to them, potentially not a brand they like. Maybe it's very American, and sometimes there's an aversion to American companies from those consumers. So they might say, oh, I trust this brand, and then they like, that handheld looks good, and then you get them into the Xbox ecosystem, and then you get them on Game Pass. Phil Spencer said two specific things about like the future of their success in business is very much hinging on the Asian market, and he also talked about how their biggest opportunity for growth is on PC Game Pass, and PC Game Pass in the Asian market. So all of those things kind of converge on, I think that's probably your most probable theory, is that Xbox isn't exiting hardware. I think they're just going to change their approach entirely. So that's why I don't think you're getting a console next year. I don't. I reported on the rumor. I reported on the fact that, Jez Corden of Windows Central said that's not happening. The Xbox Prime is not coming next year. And then we just saw Lenovo announced a handheld that's out this month that'll have Windows on it, but then it's also coming out, I believe, in May with the Steam operating system on it, the Steam OS. Street Shadow says, on a different topic, I might have seen the dumbest comment on the new Horizon movie. Imran Khan said, Sony mistakes Horizon sales for enthusiasm about the IP. Like, yep, 33 million in sales equals no love. Yeah. I mean, anything to maintain a negative narrative about Horizon. Basically, you have to maintain a negative narrative about Horizon because everybody attacked Aloy and made her look fat and said that they were making the characters ugly, and then the game sold like crazy and was commercially successful. So it destroys a lot of narratives. It destroys anti-Sony narratives. It destroys the stupid grifting narrative about they're making our characters ugly. Wah. Like, it destroys that narrative. All these bedwetters who get upset because a woman doesn't look like the exact same as all the anime they watch. I think that Horizon's been insanely successful, and the narrative against it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, it's a popular game, sold really well. What do you want me to say? Proof's always in the pudding, it's never in the grift. So, I don't know why anybody would say that that doesn't represent enthusiasm about the IP. Now the other prediction that these analysts were making about GTA 6 is that it was going to impact live service, right? It was going to impact live service. And I hadn't really thought about this, but if... I forgot to put the coffee in the frame. If the live service landscape's always changing and shifting, there's a handful of things that could happen here. I don't think GTA 6 Online will lack for players at all. I think they'll automatically have a ton. They'll have a monsoon just from folks who are already enjoying GTA Online. But I do wonder if they'll be able to get a lot of new consumer conversion because of the live service expectations and the live service fatigue in the market. Like, I feel like there's two things happening within the live service market. There is fatigue, but there's also it's an ever-changing layer of expectations. There's people that love Battle Royale. There's people that love MMOs, right? And so GTA 6 Online is going to go up against that. They are going to go up against the ever-changing expectations of the market, the ever-changing, landscape. But they're also going to be dealing with like the live service fatigue. Now, what these analysts were saying is that this game could likely change the entire landscape of live service if they actually, both adapt and or innovate within it. And I actually thought that was really insightful because it's like, there hasn't been a big shakeup within the live service space for a while now. And so naturally, just how like Fortnite had an effect, I think this game could also have an effect, which means I think this means a lot of my predictions about live service woes are going to continue, just about how hard it is to get players in your player funnel. You're going to have one more Leviathan out there in the market soaking up players. I mean, I want you to imagine trying to launch your live service game in the shadow of Fortnite, Apex, PUBG, Call of Duty Warzone, and now GTA 6 Online. You really got to wonder if the live service gold rush is just already running out of steam. I just don't know. I wonder if a lot of these live service efforts, even PvE live service efforts, are going to just be in great risk of not having enough players. Yo, what's good, Mr. Chosen? Guys, if you haven't done so already, go through that ritual as you come in and hit the like button. This is a Variety Gaming News channel. And we're talking about the Game Pass effect. We heard about what it does to sales. Call of Duty budgets going up. New gameplay footage of Assassin's Creed Shadows. And a bunch of predictions about GTA 6. One of them being the effect it will have on live service. Oh, they're pushing out the Helldivers Killzone page 2. I think that's supposed to be free, right? Yo, it's good, Gaza. It's good to see Marvel Rivals doing good. At least I feel like it's doing good. The player base numbers seem very strong and holding for Marvel Rivals. Yeah. There's just not enough time in the day to be committed to more than one live service game. Well, and here's the thing about GTA 6 Online. It's the kind of game that you live in. It's not like a fair weather PvP game that you play for like a weekend. You'll live in this game. The people that get into this, the people that get into GTA Online, they will live in the game. That's all they will play. I'm the weirdo who never bought or played GTA 5. I did it for a Twitch bounty back in the day, Charles. It was not my jam. It wasn't. I'm interested in GTA 6 from a business perspective, from a live service perspective. I'm interested in the story, you know. I'm curious if it's any, you know, if it's gonna be one that I'll enjoy. It's just those typically are not my kind of games. Didn't Rockstar kill the Red Dead Online mode? I'm not sure what the status of Red Dead Online is. Nintendo's X account just changed their banner to an image of Mario and Luigi presenting an empty white space. Oh boy. It's coming! They're going to need to do something, dude. You don't want people seeing the Nintendo Switch 2 for the first time in the hands of somebody like with a cell phone picture, and it's just like a replica for accessories. I think it's time for them to drop the Switch 2 announcement in the Direct and just get it out of the way, dude. It's time. The last GTA I played was 4, and then I played Red Dead. I'm weird, too, I guess. Never bought GTA 5, tried it on PSN Plus and hated it. That's code for he's going to play that game into the ground. Maybe. Red Dead Redemption still exists. No major DLCs for that matter. Agreed, Nintendo needs to show it. GTA 6 is just Vice City all over again. I mean, you don't know that. I mean, I don't think that they would wait this long to release it for your summary to be accurate. That doesn't make an ounce. As far as predictive accuracy goes, I would say that's not a very good one. IntoTheAM.com. No, you want to go to IntoTheAM.com/Lono. Or you can just put in code Lono at checkout. But yeah, IntoTheAM.com/Lono. Or put in code Lono at checkout. I don't think Red Dead Live is dead. Just got a platinum for that game, and I think it needs access to live for that part. Yeah, I've not paid any attention to Red Dead Online. Vice City was great. Yeah, but they're not going to take this long to release a game and be like, yeah, it's just Vice City all over again. Come on. I give that prediction a 4 out of 10. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. In truth, they stopped supporting Red Dead Online about 18 months before they actually pulled the plug. They tried heavily monetizing it like Grand Theft Auto Online without actual worthwhile content to invest in. Do you guys remember me trying to get my microphone, kitted up so that people could hear me in that game because I was going to role play in GTA Online as Hillbilly Jack? What I mean is, why not try a different city? I I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that matters that much. I think the city becomes the subtext. I don't think that's the main thing. I think the gameplay, the content loop, graphics, performance, story, also, GTA 6 online, like that's probably going to matter way more than whether or not you're in Chicago or New York or LA or Miami. Like I don't think it matters. Yeah, I mean, you go to Boston or Chicago. It doesn't. I don't think it matters. I don't think that's going to make anybody. That wouldn't drastically improve or hinder the game. I think eventually the city becomes a subtext and kind of fades into the background, and you're just enjoying the game. Jordan Hederman with 9 months of members, and that's a member plus, so it adds to the weekly goal. We need 17 more likes. Let's hit 200 likes. You guys are crushing it already. There are only 3 cities in America, LA, New York, and Miami, and New Jersey. Yeah, that's it. Those are the only cities that matter. That's it. It's just Florida. Yeah, I get the vibe from the trailer that GTA 6 is more Florida man than it is Miami. You know what I mean? You got Speed playing Redemption right now. If you guys are not watching Speed play Red Dead Redemption 2, you are missing peak video game streaming cinema. You're missing absolute cinema. You need, obviously, language warning because it's our boy Speed, but yes, you have to watch this young man play Red Dead Redemption 2. It is. I've seen some clips. I'm like, dude, he is delivering. I continue to say that I think that both he and Kai Cenat, they could have leaned into very toxic, drama-focused content and probably made tons of money. And I like that they have leaned into just fun, entertaining, and gameplay and stuff. I love what Speed and Kai are bringing to the field. I really do. I think they're elevating the streaming as an idea. I think both Kai and Speed have elevated streaming beyond what it once was. They've taken it to a new status and a new station. They have, and I really do. As a live streamer and somebody that wants to see this environment continue to evolve and flourish, I feel like their evolution and impact is so good. And is going to have such long tail benefits. They could have done a lot of damage, I think, to the culture around streaming. I think they could have, and they didn't. No thanks on both. Too moronic. Oh, I don't agree at all. It's not for you. It's not for everybody for sure, but I don't know, dude. I like both those guys. I don't know why. There's just something about them. Anyways, what were we talking about? GTA 6 Online. We're talking about a serious question. Do you know all the video game companies used to showcase at CES before E3? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's E3 used to be all about electronics, That was primarily what it was about. That's what one of the E's stands for. Electronics and Entertainment Expo. I can't stand those guys. They bore you. I mean, listen. You guys don't need to insult them. You don't. But I think they bring something to the craft that was needed, and I like them. I think GTA 6 will have San Francisco, Vice City, and future DLC content will be Los Santos, Liberty City, which will link together through bridges or airport travel. What in the world? No, not you, Lone. I was talking to dude. That's fine, Mr. Chosen. Yeah, I'm not really going to make predictions about DLC with GTA 6. I mean, I'm assuming they'll do some, right? Not everybody is sophisticated enough to enjoy Speed. When they killed that guy in his group, that clip is perfect. That clip is everything. GTA Online DLC, lame. Bring back single player DLC. Well, that's going to be one of the dilemmas, Jake. They're going to go where the money is. They're gonna go where the money is, bro, and the online is where the money is. You know, DLC, single player DLC for the main game. I mean, I'm not saying they won't do it, but they're 100% going to go where the money is. And GTA 6 Online is going to be. It's not going to be a cash cow. No, it's going to be a cash planet. I mean, it's just going to be a planet made of money. You know, it'll be insane. I need to see stream. Yeah. I mean, it's not for everybody. It's not. Lona, if the buildings are more explorable, do you think they reworked the police AI to chase you through buildings? That would be a game changer. That's one of the things I do think that, you know, machine learning and AI in gaming is going to have a huge impact on. I don't know in the development cycle of GTA 6 if they'll be able to implement a lot of that, but that's something I think you'll see in future open world games. Is that machine learning and AI will get more sophisticated, and they'll be able to do things like that. He's in here. He went in here. You know. How excited are you for the new Diablo season? I think I'm looking forward to the next Diablo season about as much as I'm looking forward to paying taxes. I mean, I think they're in the same hemisphere. You know, I know that it's going to happen. I kind of wish that it wasn't. I'm just kidding. We have to keep the meme going, Donnie. We have to keep the meme going. That you love the game and I hate the game. We have to keep it alive. We do. In GTA 5, the police will come in your house and waste you. Yeah, I mean, responsive AI in games like that, I think is going to be a huge advancement. Because right now, I was playing through a game that I'm, reviewing. It's under embargo. And so I had to take a break from Plague Tale Requiem, which I will have a preview, hopefully for you guys, for Kingdom Come Deliverance this Friday. And then I'm hoping to have a review, a full review, ready for the embargo in February. But this Friday, previews will be hitting, and I should have one of them. And I will be previewing it and talking about it as someone who has never played the first one. And typically, I don't like those kind of games where you're first-person melee. Anyways, I had to take a break from Plague Tale Requiem. And anytime you're playing a game like that and the enemies are, like, doing the whole, they were over here. And they're like, I'm literally under a bed looking at their feet, waiting for them to go away. It'll be curious to see, a game like GTA 6... where you run into a building and you're hiding. Are they going to go up to the counter that you're hiding behind and be like, oh man, they must be gone? Or can they make the AI interact with the environment in a dynamic way? You see what I'm saying? If they interact with the environment in a dynamic way, they'll be like, hang on a minute, I want to check behind this counter. Give me a second. They might be in this closet. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I think AI and machine learning will benefit from. Because a lot of the times, once you sort of see through the veil and you know exactly how to manipulate the mechanics, let's say you're running from the cops in GTA 6, you know how to sort of break aggro and get them to go away a lot of the times. You know what to do. And once that happens, I do feel like, the immersion and the excitement kind of goes down a little bit, because basically what you're doing is you're just manipulating code at that point. You do this in stealth games, right? You know how to kind of break aggro and get them to stop looking for you. Well, a more adaptive, more dynamic system where the police officer's chasing you in the cars in GTA 6, and you're like, well, I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna go into this building. Them getting out, following you in, and pursuing in a responsive way, I think would be insanely cool. This is precisely why I'm so excited for NVIDIA ACE implementation in more games. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we're going to see the greater benefits of, like, of AI and machine learning is actual mechanics and systems within the games themselves. Cops can already follow you into buildings you can enter when trying to hide. To me, it's not the following, Chris. It's the following and the response to the environment they go in. Like if it's a bank, if it's a laundromat, if it's a hotel, them responding to the environment as if they just walked into a hotel, right? I'll check the lobby. You check the elevators, stuff like that. And like they actively are interacting with the environment in a way where you don't feel like, oh, I'll just hide behind this counter for 10 seconds and they'll give up. Will you be playing Monster Hunter Wilds? I may check it out, yeah, because I believe they're going to have a PS5 Pro Enhanced Day 1 patch, which makes me want to try it. A game going to Game Pass Day 1 might lose 80% of sales. That was another one of the stories I covered, Brooklyn, and the interesting thing is Chris Dring is the former head of GameIndustry.biz, and a couple of days prior to his report about the number that they throw around is that if you go on Game Pass, you'll lose 80% of your expected sales. Just a day or two before that, GameIndustry.biz reported that Call of Duty budgets, over the last 10 years have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger while the sales have gone down. And I thought, oh my, what a compounding effect that might have had on Black Ops 6. What a compounding effect that would have. Because you already know that the Call of Duty, the sales from this report from GameIndustry.biz, so now it's established that the production cost is going up and the sales are going down. And then you put it on Game Pass, and according to Chris Dring, you're getting roughly 80% less of your sales on that platform. Like, I can't help but think that there's a Microsoft executive somewhere going, what the frick are we doing? I would not surprise me at all. It wouldn't surprise me at all if within the next 12 to 18 months, you see significant redundancy removal surrounding all of the studios attached to Call of Duty. They're going to go in and they're 100% going to try to lower production costs. You can't have annual budgets. You can't have like Call of Duty Cold War costing $700 million. Like, that's absurd. That's absurd. You can't have that happening if the sales numbers are going down and you're putting it on Game Pass. Like, yeah, those two things just seem like a recipe for Microsoft oversights to come in and say, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. Got to account for micros, though. Well, I didn't really cover that in the open, Eugene, but there's been some pretty significant complaints about, like, what was the complaint about Black Ops 6, like doing a double or second battle pass, and people are saying that like there's more microtransactions than ever, and it's like, I mean, yeah, that might be related to literally what we're talking about. Cold War generated 1.5 billion alone in the copies sold. Right, so here's the issue then, Eugene. If the landscape of profit on Call of Duty is shifting away from making enough from the sales, and the production alone is going up by hundreds of millions of dollars a year, to me, I would think that somebody somewhere at Microsoft is going to run that through the spreadsheet analysis and say, we're making a mistake here somewhere. We're making a mistake here somewhere. We've got to alter course. Not that it's not profitable, but they're going to be looking at those numbers and asking that question. And like to your point, they'll lean more into monetization. They'll lean more into microtransactions. Took his job and his video. I lost my freelance writing job to AI. The speaker shares their experience of losing a freelance writing job to AI. They discuss how the company they worked with gradually transitioned to using AI-generated content, ultimately replacing their need for human writers. The speaker reflects on the implications of this for the future of work and the potential for AI to disrupt even creative fields. Took his job and his video. Right, Fuzzy? Like, you don't even need to watch the video. Just read the AI summary. It would be impressive if the police in GTA 6 could actually arrest you if you get to 4 stars, and then they can open fire. Maybe. They have a seasonal battle pass as usual, and then they have the in-season small battle pass, which was a free ladder and a premium ladder, which costs around $10. They're doing that now with Squid Game. The yearly release drives all the monetization. That's what gets people hype about spending in Warzone. Right, but if you're getting, track with me, Eugene, if you're getting less and less sales annually, that means you're getting less and less people hype about spending money. There's a point where somebody's going to analyze this and say generating sales is really important. Right? Now somebody might push back and say what you're not accounting for, Lono, and this would probably be fair pushback. What you're not accounting for is that 80% sales reduction and all those people jumping in on Game Pass may have then been emboldened to go spend more money in Warzone. Therefore, it turns into maybe not a net gain, but it's a wash at that point. You're still getting money. You're still getting more people motivated to go into Warzone and spend money. You can get arrested in GTA 5 story mode with 1 star. I think he meant like, maybe he was saying once you get so many stars, they open. I don't know what he means. Yeah, I thought they shoot at you no matter what in that game if they're chasing you. Squid Game is awful. Stick drift can kill you during red green light, and people are using soundboards to call out green light early to eliminate you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The second part of that just absolutely caught my funny bone. That there are people using soundboards to trick people into walking. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the people that would say Xbox off, and it would shut people's Xboxes off when they were playing Call of Duty. Listen, that to me, that's the kind of trolling that I'm okay with. There's certain types of trolling that I fully support, and I do. I cheer for that. Using a soundboard to trick people. Eugene says the 700 million's nothing. They're always going to balk at lower sales, but the 700 million is also the cost of developing and maintaining the game. Sales alone generated at least 1.5 billion. Now throw in micros. Sales doesn't matter if it doesn't lead to a revenue drop, and revenue increases due to price increases. That's true. The lower sales could be offset by the extra $10, right? Oh, we got 2 or 3 million less sales this year. Okay, well, yeah, but in the past when you got more sales, you were also charging $10 less per purchase. So yeah, the $70, price. If you guys are just tuning in, we're talking about a variety of things. I know every time GTA 6 is in the headline, a lot of you are coming here looking for GTA 6 news. There were a bunch of predictions about what GTA 6 is going to do. If you're familiar with my content, you can always come in late to the talk show, rewinds to the beginning, and I go through all that news. If you want to recap or you have questions about the latest in GTA 6 news, just hit subscribe on the channel so you can talk in my chat. That's totally free, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. If you are subscribed to the channel, make sure your notification bell is set to all. A lot of people got switched to personalized, and they're missing some of my content when it hits. We're also talking about the Game Pass effect on sales, Call of Duty's rising budget costs, and their decrease in sales. And then there was new AC Shadows gameplay. Any news on Build a Rockboy Mines? I don't know what that is. COD misses the mark at why Fortnite spends so much money. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can still use the first skin bought in Fortnite now. COD not so much. I mean, I don't necessarily think that has a direct impact on monetization or microtransactions within a game. Like, well, you don't let me keep my skin from way back when, so I'm not going to spend any money right now, right? I definitely think that, like, it's cool to go into Fortnite and have all your stuff still. I think that's great. I think it's cool that they've allowed you to do that. Whenever I play Lego Fortnite with my kids, they're, like, blown away. They're blown away by how many skins that I have. They're like, how do you have so many skins? I was like, well, kiddos, I've been playing this game, for how long now? When did it come out? 2017 is when it first came out. I was like, wait, 8 years? So I was like, yeah, I have 8 years worth of skins in Fortnite. I don't think that like Call of Duty microtransactions or microtransaction spending is like dramatically affected by the fact that you don't have like super old skins or keep your old skins. I don't think that keeps people from spending. Here it is. Oh, is that one of the clips? Yeah, I don't want to watch it right now. Jamal for Prez with 15 months. It's a member plus, so it adds to the total. Anytime you guys upgrade to member plus or VIP, it counts as 2. Currently, right now, we're trying to get 40 people to upgrade to member plus. It's $1 more than a standard membership. And we are going to start ending the day in the green room. We are going to start doing that. We've been extending these live streams. I let you guys extend when we hit goals, but you are going to need to be at Member Plus if you want to start ending the day with us. When you're on a gifted, you get morning coffee every morning, Fridays with Hilly, Friday nights with Madam. But every day we're going to end with the green room. And Jamal for Prez with 15 months says, have you seen that Warden's Will game? It dropped today. Looks Risk of Rain 2 inspired with meta progression. Yeah, they reached out to me about a potential for doing a sponsored stream, but maybe I should have just said send me a review code instead. I don't know. They never got back to me, so maybe we weren't big enough for a sponsored stream. I'm not sure. I was promoting the game. I put the game in one of my show opens, so I wasn't upset. Sponsored discussions like that happen all the time, and it just doesn't happen. Sometimes they find other people. And a 50 bomb from MASH! Unreal! This man single-handedly holds the member count on his back. He needs some tag team partners, some people to compete with him. He is a monster, an absolute monster. But yeah, sponsored streams like that, sometimes they just don't happen, and I never take it personal. But we were discussing it because they reached out, and I was like, look, I've been promoting your game. I think your game looks sick, and they just never got back to me. So maybe I was asking for too much. I don't know. Maybe I was too ambitious with saying that they needed to pay me $1 million. I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. But yeah, I think it looks good. How's it doing? Like, does it have a good score on Steam? Might be too early. No reviews. So no user reviews just yet. It launched today. Yeah, very Risk of Rain inspired. And it does have online co-op. So I was wanting to check that one out. I just think it looks good. The boss fights look really, really cool. I'm wondering what the meta progression is like. That's the one thing that really turned me off. Risk of Rain 2. It just absolutely turned me off because there was no meta progression. Guys, if you got a gifted membership from MASH, please make sure and say thank you to him in the stream. This guy is unbelievably generous. Also consider upgrading that membership. You can kind of double down on what he just did. Every time someone upgrades to Member Plus, I add 2 to the count. That's how important that number is to us right now. We want to get to 600 people at Member Plus and above. So you can also do VIP. But, yeah, more content for you, more access for you. Great reason to upgrade. And then it makes room for folks that can't afford a membership, right? If you've been riding in the gifted member train for a while and you could pick up your own membership, you should consider doing that. That's like gifting a membership when you do that, because you're basically making room for somebody else. And I'm going to gift the 5 that I owe you guys. Every 50, I give 5, and we appreciate you guys so much. Periodically, I lower that and do it every 25. That's what we should start doing is anytime we're ahead of pace, I could do 5 every 25 once we're ahead of pace on the week. It's just a way of saying thanks to the people that just continue to support what we do here. How much of a disappointment would it be if Avowed's not good enough? I mean, if they can't get it to 60 FPS, I'm not even going to play it. I'm kind of done playing games on PC because they can't get 60 FPS on the Xbox for whatever reason. At launch, they get it later, but Clevelando with a Member Plus bumps the line to 264. Thank you so much, Clevelando. Welcome in. If you guys are just coming in, take a quick second and smash the like button. Smash that like button. Let's set our sights on 300 likes. There's just been a ton of people coming in today and discussing all the various subjects in the headline. The best Call of Duty was the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 days where you would earn your rank. I mean, everybody probably has their favorite era of time in Call of Duty. I have fond memories of MW2 and MW3, not because of the game as much, but because of the people that I played with. You know, I think sometimes that affects your enjoyment of a game. You know, the people that you're playing with, the people that, you know, the memories that you're making in the game while playing with your, you know, with your buds. So Jason Ronald discussed the future of Xbox. Xbox is essentially going the Steam OS route. Where did he do this? Because I thought he was going to be a part of the Lenovo thing. He says they have an Xbox Windows handheld announcement later this year. Microsoft is combining the best of Xbox and Windows together for handhelds. Okay, so yeah, he did speak yesterday. I like the current COD campaign, says Mash. If you have it from Game Pass, just do the campaign at least. I meant to reinstall it and play it. It's just such a bear to reinstall that, and I was enjoying going through, I was enjoying going through my stuff. My backlog. I mean, Xstasis is teasing an Xbox Direct announcement tomorrow, and the date will be the 23rd. Yeah, I said that it would probably land on the 21st, 22nd, or 23rd, like in that window. Yeah, so he's saying mañana. Yeah. He's saying Xstasis has gotten some things right a lot recently. So he's saying mañana and the 23rd, Green Heart. Yeah, so he said that a couple hours ago. Yep. That tracks. That tracks is another thing that I was saying is they'll probably wait until they're done with all the announcements at CES. So, yeah. Yeah, that tracks. Tomorrow, they'll probably not have anything left. They probably want the things that they said yesterday and did yesterday. They released some embargoed stuff yesterday. They're probably wanting that to make it through the news rounds and not have the Xbox Developer Direct announcement kind of step all over it. So it makes sense. You kind of want to give your marketing beats room to breathe. Yeah. Black Ops 6 campaign is awesome. I enjoyed it a lot. I think I stopped playing it like just the wrong time. Just joined. What I missed? We've discussed GTA 6. There's a lot of predictions about the impact it'll have on live service. There's been some predictions about how they'll release multiple versions on future consoles because that worked really, really well for GTA 5. I don't know if they'll be able to pull that off this time, like releasing a PlayStation 6 version of GTA 6 and charging full price. I don't know if that would work with backwards compatibility as just a pretty strong expectation now. Maybe an upgraded version, and they would charge you like $10. They also talked about the impact on live service as the industry evolves. Like GTA 6 Online will probably fracture their own player base as they'll get people to stop playing the current version of GTA Online, and then they'll migrate over, as well as just the industry as a whole. I've talked about the impact of big live service games making it hard on other games to launch. So we talked about all that stuff pertaining to GTA 6. We also talked about the Game Pass impact. Chris Dring reported in a Q&A about that, and Call of Duty's price production costs going up and the sales going down. There was also new Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay. Rocksteady had layoffs in relation to how poorly Kill the Justice League did. So there was a lot of things that we've discussed. If you're new to the stream and you've never been here before, we always have a bunch of topics kind of going at once. So a great reason to be a member is you can submit questions with the question command, and you can ask me about any of the various topics or things going on in gaming. And Shiny Red Flag just gifted a member, and that bumps the line to 265. That puts us 10 away from 275. We'll see if anybody takes the 10 bomb. I'll dunk with you. If somebody drops the 10, I'll drop the 5. We've not been doing 5 every 25, but when we have those perfect setups, I'll do it. So if somebody comes in, swoops in and slams it home, I'll tag team with you. Unless Sony blocks them. What do you mean unless Sony blocks them? I don't think that Sony... We talked about this a little bit earlier, and there were a lot of different opinions on this. What shocks me the most is people that bought GTA 5 2, 3, 4, and 5 times. Absolutely insane. But, yeah, to me... I don't think with backwards compatibility, PlayStation would allow them to make it to where you can't play GTA 6. Oh, frickin' MASH. If somebody does the 10 bomb, I'll tag team with you. Okay, well, MASH says I'll do it. All right, well, MASH and I are the gifting gods today. We're the ones doing it together. Along with you, the rest of you guys like Joker, Quinn, and Shiny Red Flag, and others doing single gifteds. Man, thank you so much for doing that. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you again, MASH. Now somebody should do a 5 to bait the 20, and then the 20 can't come from MASH. Let's get somebody else in here swinging big. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't think Sony would let them do that. If they want to ship another SKU, another version of GTA 6 with updated stuff and charge you for it, then sure, go for it. A little off topic, but are the Into the AMTs like on the bigger side? I'm a little thick and probably about to buy some. I wear a medium, and so this is a medium that's it's a slightly on the bigger side. Now I have lost weight, so that's affecting it a little bit. I'm down like 12 pounds again. Like I've lost a lot of weight. But these sleeves are just a teeny bit on the longer side. I like my sleeves to be like up just slightly, like in that hemisphere, like halfway through my bicep. But so they're not inconsistent, but generally they don't run small, I'll tell you that. They run the appropriate size or slightly bigger. Yeah. Transformers Reactivate has been canceled at Splash Damage as they're focusing on other projects. Oh no. Creature's finally going to get over being sick, and he's going to learn that. That's going to break his heart. That's going to break his heart, dude. Sorry, Lono. I was talking about PlayStation games on Steam being able to play on the Xbox Hybrid, responding to chat. Oh, like if wasn't Reactivate the one that we were worried was going to be a gacha? Isn't that what that was? Transformers Reactivate. I thought that was the one that was that was the one that people were worried was going to be a gacha game. Yeah. Remember this trailer? Where it looked like that? It was like from your POV or perspective or whatever. It looked insane. And then there were leaks about like the internals, and it looked like it was going to be a gacha game. Like I was like, oh, they're totally just going to sell Transformers. They're going to monetize the frick out of that. So yeah, looks like they canceled it according to this report from Wario64. Well, not from Wario64. They quite literally have canceled it. Here's their studio update on it. So it's kind of breaking here. The decision has been made to end development of Transformers Reactivate. This means we'll be scaling down to refocus our efforts on other projects. Unfortunately, despite every effort, a number of roles across the studio are now potentially at risk of redundancy. The decision did not come lightly, and it's a difficult time for the studio and our people. We want to take a moment to thank the team who worked on Transformers for their dedication and their passion. Hasbro was an incredible and supportive partner throughout, and we hope to work with them again. To the many fans, your excitement and your support helped keep us going. Yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, again, if it ended up being a gacha, I don't really care. But yeah, Into the AM is good stuff. Yeah, if you ever buy anything on Into the AM, use code LONO at checkout. You'll save an extra 10% on top of all the sales that they do. So be sure to do that. That supports me. I love working with them. I have a stupid amount of t-shirts from them. I'm like swimming in Into the AM t-shirts. Yo, Dark Taco with 27 months of membership says it's negative 25 Celsius. Working outside. Pray for me, chat. Oh my golly. Yo, That's cold. Thank you, Dark Taco. Appreciate you, man. I'm sure 30's heartbroken. I mean, he covered it quite a bit. Yeah, Mike covered it a lot. Anyway, so what's good, Spongeroth? Mike was looking forward to Transformers as well. Yeah, him and Creature. We're both really looking forward to it. What's the definition of gacha? It's not gacha like gotcha. It's gacha. Gacha. It's like Gacha. It's based off of the gacha machines overseas where like you keep pulling the lever for different things to pop out. It's kind of like, and they put it in games like Genshin where you keep trying to pull and get the better character, and Genshin's even really, in my opinion, very predatory because they have a pity mechanic where the more you pull and don't get what you want, the more your pity increases. So they create immediate sunk cost where the more money you spend, you're actually increasing your odds. So once you try one, it's hard not to keep going because every pull that's a bad pull increases your odds of getting what you want. So, yeah. Never a big fan of that kind of monetization. So, you remember those little vending machines with the plastic balls and little toys? That's gacha. Yeah. We've had them here in the States. That's true. Like, they were usually at like bowling alleys and roller rinks and stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, this display changing dress is insane. What they're doing with tech is crazy. They're huge in Japan. Yeah, and they put them in games like Genshin Impact and stuff, and it just leads to spending and spending habits that I think are bad. So, yeah. Legacy Killer says here, hey, I don't think Bella Ramsey makes a good Ellie in The Last of Us show. They should have recasted for season 2. How dare you be upset she is a child that isn't hot enough? Well, to be fair, most of people's commentary on Bella not being a good Ellie had nothing to do with her acting chops, because if you watch the show, she did a phenomenal job. The commentary around her not being a good Ellie was about her looks and her face. And we're now 3 months away from season 2, and I can't wait to see another steady stream of men in their 40s and 50s talking about the looks of a 20-year-old. Like, that's just always fun. Very few people had intellectual, thoughtful commentary about, like, her acting ability. It was all about how she was, quote-unquote, like, not cute enough or ugly, or, you know, people would put her face next to the guy's face from the movie Mask with Cher. Like, it was pretty hateful. So if you want to act like the commentary about her as Ellie was, like, intellectual and thoughtful and bristle at the fact, bristle at the fact that people think that's what you're talking about, it's because that's what everybody was talking about. Yeah, she's 21 now. Didn't they recast for the time skip? They don't need to recast for the time skip. She's 21. She's 21. People are just trying to dress it up because it was weird. Everybody was commentating on her in the first season. It's like, she's playing the role of a minor and you're worried about her looks. Get therapy. These dudes' brains are just too addled with content that is exaggeratory, and they can't look at any normal person anymore. You gotta admit, her look is off. It doesn't really look like Ellie. Yes, and we talked about this yesterday. Pedro Pascal doesn't look like Joel either. Pedro Pascal is Chilean, and his mustache is far more prominent than his beard. He looks nothing like Joel. Like, the only reason he looks like Joel is because he's a guy with dark hair. Everything else about him doesn't look like Joel at all. So, nobody bristled about that. You know what I mean? Like, everybody loves Pedro Pascal, but like, so nobody talked about it. It's like, he doesn't look like Joel. Joel's like a very traditional Midwestern white guy in the game with a thick black beard and black hair. And Pedro Pascal is a Chilean Like, so he clearly has ethnicity and doesn't look like a Midwestern white guy, and his beard's not nearly as prominent. He has more of a mustache. Like, I thought he did great. You know, the last I checked, someone's acting is more important than what they look like. Like, that's what matters most. You know what I'm saying? Like, these same guys are going to take issue with Abby. Just watch. They'll take issue with Abby too, I'm sure. After spending years complaining about Abby, they'll all of a sudden be worried about her casting. Raphael McCoy says, this might be off topic. This is how you get your comment featured as a question. You got to be a member and you can do that. He doesn't look like Chilean either. He certainly looks... Come on. He certainly looks Chilean. Get out of here. You can tell that he's not, you can tell he's not a white guy. You can tell. It's not hard. It's ridiculous. What are your thoughts on Sony and AMD partnering on a chip that could help them compete with NVIDIA? If you already spoke on this, and I apologize. No, we were talking about this a little bit today in Morning Coffee, where the new iteration of FrameGen is going to be coupled with in the reflex technology. Because my biggest fear about FrameGen isn't that the frames are fake. People are getting obsessed about, like, well, it's not native and the frames are fake. My issue with FrameGen is not that the frames are fake. It's that, can the image quality be maintained, and are you going to mess up input latency and input delay? Right? Like, that's my biggest complaint. My complaint in Black Myth Wukong wasn't like, oh, the frames are fake. My complaint was it creates input latency, right? So the fact that they're going to be doing two things that are going to be working in tandem with, you know, better and more advanced FrameGen along with Reflex, for those things, basically Reflex is going to work against what typically will happen from FrameGen, which is it causes input latency. And the Reflex is going to be working against that. So my hope would be, because my issue with PSSR, and the reason I thought it was grossly misrepresented by the grifters and the haters, was that PSSR is the future, because upscalers are the future, using technology, machine learning, and AI to give you better resolution with less power. That's how we're going to get better performing handhelds. That's how we're going to get breakthroughs in games running at far better performance without just always needing more power, more raw power. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. And so if we can get similar advances, not just in resolution upscaling, but in FrameGen, where you're getting more frames, and you don't have to actually make 60 frames. You're able to, like, use both hardware and software in tandem to create fake frames. As long as image quality and image stability are maintained, and as long as input latency is not affected, I don't give a frick. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I think people are obsessing about things that I said this morning, if they didn't tell you that they were upscaling some of these games, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. These are the people that watch YouTube trailers of games that are next gen, and they say, it doesn't look any better than the previous game, or, yeah, that looks like a PS3 game. These people do not have the perceptive powers to look at a game and be like, oh yeah, they're definitely doing an internal 1080 upscaled to 1440. I can tell. No, you can't. The only reason you know it's being upscaled is because some tech outlet or analyst told you that they're doing upscaling. So if they can do that with frames, if you can give me 60 frames in basically every game, and it doesn't affect input, and it doesn't affect image quality, image stability, dude, I'm all for that. I kept telling people that their inability to understand upscaling is the problem. They think it's like, oh, it's a fake resolution. And with FrameGen, similarly, you're going to see people claiming ignorantly, well, it's not, the frames aren't real. The issue's not the frames. The issue's not the native resolution. The issue is image quality, image stability, and input latency. If all those things are running smooth, then I don't give a single ounce how you get there. I don't care. I don't. Imagine playing a game that looks beautiful and it runs beautiful and your input's perfect, you're not having any latency, and someone comes along and is like, well, actually, did you know that internal resolution of that game is around 1080? And they're not actually giving you 60 frames. They're actually using FrameGen to double the frames. So that's why. I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. If I'm getting a good-looking image, if the image quality is excellent, and the image stability is good, because image stability is an issue. You can get like that flickering, like almost like jittering shake because of the upscaling. If FrameGen can operate in a similar way where the game doesn't have to run as heavy, it's not having to sit there and actually crank out 60 frames in every single stinking environment, then who cares? What's the big deal? Imagine playing a game where the frame rate never moves. It's just always 60. It doesn't matter if there's smoke and explosion. It doesn't matter if there's 10 guys on the screen or a giant on the screen. If the frame rate doesn't move because they're using some type of frame gen tech, I'm all for that as long as it doesn't negatively affect image quality, image stability, and input latency. If those three things are unaffected, then who cares? You won't even know. I don't think people get it. I think the people that are being negative about it don't get it. They know that right now FrameGen's not that great and it causes input issues. That doesn't mean it's always going to, right? They know right now that upscaling or PSSR in a couple of games caused issues and caused shimmering. Well, what you don't realize is that's what happens with tech like this. The first pass is always going to have, the birth pangs and the growing pains, always. In 5 years, we will probably be playing games, let's just say 10. In 10 years, we will very likely be playing games that quite literally, the frames probably will be fake half the time. The res will be upscaled. Like, all that tech's going to continue to advance. And all that matters is that things look good. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Creature will be hopefully back on his feet tomorrow. He had to go in because of a fever and dehydration, but he's fine now and sleeping it off. Okay. Well, we will have Creature back. We should have Creature back tomorrow. I know some of you guys were asking about him. He got COVID again, and the first time he got it, it was terrible, and it was terrible again this time. Some people just it hits them harder than others, and it hit him. It knocked him down. We've been faking lighting and reflection since day one, and we got real-time ray tracing. The crap's always been fake. Yeah, I don't care. I really don't. If I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima 3 and the res is upscaled and the frames are fake and the lighting's fake and the shadows are fake, I don't care. It's a video game. It already is fake. It's a video game. It already is fake. So to me, it's like people just need to chill. Just chill. Just chill. The new iterations of this tech will 100% get better. And I love what NVIDIA is doing because NVIDIA will push AMD to do more. And this Project Amethyst with Mark Cerny, they are likely going to have a response to be like, listen, we've got to be able to do that too. We've got to have something that's in that realm as well. That's going to benefit the consumer. We benefit from what NVIDIA is doing right now. Let's say that you have zero interest in PC gaming and you're never going to buy a PC. You should be thrilled that NVIDIA is doing what they're doing. You should be like, dude, that's great. Why? Because it'll impact consoles in the future as well. It will. I think it's good. It doesn't bother me at all. Especially if it makes the tech more affordable as well. then you'll start to see breakthroughs in handhelds. You'll start to see breakthroughs in console power as well. Like, imagine what a PS6 can do if this type of tech can be running and you don't need insane raw power leaps. It'll help keep the cost of production down. It'll help keep costs for the consumer down, and you'll get better performance. You'll get amazing things, and it's not going to be this race for future-proofing with raw power. Do you know what else this does? This is obviously a concern for hardware manufacturers. This will likely create greater longevity for the hardware that you buy. If you buy a PC with tech like this, as the tech improves and gets better, your hardware lacking in power won't slide off the table as fast. Why? Because you'll be able to continue to get great performance in games on lesser power. Do you see? Like, there's no such thing as a future-proof computer, but there certainly is a time period where you don't feel the pain of tech advancement, and this type of tech, upscaling in frame gen, and the reflex tech, pushing back against any kind of input latency issues from frame gen, that kind of tech elongates your purchases and your investment in a computer. That's the only thing these hardware companies are going to have to consider. Is it's kind of like the companies that they won't make, you know, a chapstick or a lotion that will eliminate dry skin and dry chapped lips for forever, right? They would never do that because they always want you to come buy more. They want you to use it, run out, and come buy more. It's like you know, built-in obsolescence, things like that. Disagree. Devs will just keep demanding more and more in response to greater capability. It's not about the devs, though, Zuby. It's about the consumer. Is the consumer going to want to buy? Think about it like this, Zubair. If you get more longevity out of graphics cards like this because of things like frame gen and upscaling, will that create a hesitancy in the market to upgrade? Because you won't feel the need as soon. I'm talking about the consumer. The consumer could say, hey man, I invested a lot of money. I got this $2,000 50 series card, and they could quite literally say, this thing's going to last me longer because of frame gen and because of upscaling. I'm not going to need more raw power for a lot longer. Like that would be the only issue is the tech companies could create an incentive to upgrade less often, you know? Because if you think about it, man, the price of these things gets kind of crazy, gets kind of astronomical. If you save your pennies and you rub them together and you buy the best of the best or the mid-level or whatever, I feel like you're going to get more life out of it. I feel like it adds value to your investment, which then makes you might say, yeah, I'll wait. I'm not going to get a new card every 2 years, every 3 years, or however often you typically do. The cadence with which consumers upgrade their hardware could elongate with this type of tech breakthrough. And I think that would be a concern for the tech companies. They'd be like, oh, well, whoops. We just made a video card that is better for a longer period of time. I'm saying what will happen is devs will say, everyone has frame gen, let's put path tracing in every game. Okay, no, that's fair. So they would make advancements in games and in tech and in lighting, shadows, or whatever, and then you would need the new video card if you want those things. That's probably a fair pushback for sure. I still wonder if we just get so close to that ceiling of power, graphics, photorealism, and performance, if they don't inadvertently make people say, I'm not going to upgrade as often as I used to. It's expensive, and I'm still getting great performance. And my, fast forward 6 years from now, someone's going to be like, yo, my 50 series card is still killing it. They've made such great advancements with frame gen and upscaling. I mean, this thing is, I'm still getting crazy good graphics and performance. You could severely hurt demand for your product by giving people great graphics and performance for a whole lot longer. And then you're gonna be like, but look at the pretty lights and the shading and look at the beads of sweat. And they're gonna be like, yeah, I'm good. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm saying it's a possibility. That's the 20 series right now. Yeah, I mean, my 2080, I've gotten a lot of life out of mine, what these tools have done is that those that are stuck behind have a better quality of life. They aren't as limited as they used to be, but the cutting edge keeps moving. Right, and my thought would be, Zubair, is the cutting edge keeps moving and a greater number of people stay back from it. They're like, I don't need cutting edge. This thing is crushing it, and I bought my card, they could say, I'm imagining, they could be like, I bought a 60 series card, right? That'll be the next. Oh, I bought a 60 series card three years ago, and it's crushing. I don't need to upgrade. I don't need to be on the front of the wave anymore. You're always going to have early adopters. You're always going to have people who want the best of the best. But I just think we're getting so close to that ceiling of 4K 60, 8K 60, photorealistic graphics and shading and lighting, and you can feel the wind in your hands. Like, I just think you're going to get to the point where people are like, I'm good. This will last me a long time. So we're a little off topic. There was a bunch of announcements yesterday. I typically don't get into tech analysis and graphics cards and things of that nature, but I am very interested in AI machine learning giving more to the consumer with less power. That's a huge breakthrough for handhelds, huge breakthrough for mobile, huge breakthrough for consoles. It's a huge breakthrough for PCs and graphics cards. I mean, every field will be affected by this. Imagine in 5 years being able to buy a handheld and it's just 4K 60. There's no doubt. You're not like, I don't know if they could do it or not. No, it'll just be standard. It'll be like, no, yeah, 4K 60 is easy now. Yeah. Because we have this with frame gen and we have this with upscaling. We have this with input latency, so the reflex is even better. So it's anticipating frames, it's anticipating inputs, it's anticipating this, and yeah, it's in a handheld. I mean, I'm here to tell you, that'll be one of the better parts of it, is that they'll be able to get it into smaller peripherals to where they're like, 4K 60? Are you kidding me? That's nothing. That's nothing. The other thing to think about here is all of us that hate 30 frames per second. I tell you what'll kill 30 frames per second is frame gen with zero input latency. What is 30 frames per second at that point? That's a distant memory. That's a dinosaur. That's a fossil. Somebody comes out with a 30 frames per second game, that's when you do #blame the devs. What the frick are you doing? In 4 or 5 years, can you imagine a game coming to market at 30? What? They're like, what are you doing? There's literal technology to double frames, double resolution, zero input latency. What are you doing? There won't be 30 frames will be dead. It'll be dead. There'll be no excuse ever for that, ever again. This is the only way we'll reach 8K through upscaling for sure. Yeah, unfortunately, you won't be able to get DLSS 4 and the new multi-frame gen and all that. You won't be able to get it on the older cards. Yeah, it'll be a going forward thing. Yeah, it'll be a going forward thing. Unfortunately, it's like with AV1. You can only get AV1 on certain cards. I want to get a rig with AV1 because eventually we'll be streaming on AV1. It'll be incredible. I'll need half the bandwidth. You'll need half the bandwidth to watch. I'll be able to stream at 4K and it won't be hard on my system. It won't be hard on your ability to watch. It'll be such a lighter stream. Oh, it's going to be great. Guys, do me a quick favor. Could we get 30 more likes on the video? And that'll be 300 likes. We're talking about all sorts of different topics. GTA 6, if you want to ask me about it, hit subscribe and ask me about it. Or just rewind the stream and you can watch the show open. I walked through all the predictions of financial analysts and industry analysts about what GTA 6 will do in live service, multiple versions that they might launch on future platforms. And we also talked about their impact in, what was the other one? I'm forgetting now. I'm blanking on the third one. Yeah, but that'll be at the beginning of the show if you want to rewind. Or just hit subscribe, join the conversation. If you have never supported a stream or a YouTuber directly with a paid membership, that is primarily how I am supported and how I do this. So if you like this content and you want that, hit join. And if you do, make sure you pick Member Plus. We are going to start ending the day with Member Plus and above. So if you're not at Member Plus, you're going to miss out on the end of the day segment. Morning coffee is still for everybody. And Fridays with Hilly and Friday nights are still for everybody. But that end of the day segment is going to be reserved for Member Plus and up. And that does support me directly. And when you're a member, you can do, I hit the wrong button, this. You can have your question pop up. You can use the question command in chat. Now, I'll answer your questions and interact with you if you're not a member. I don't do that. I don't like paywall interaction. This is just a fun way to have your question featured and seen instead of just being in the chat only, right? So, this one comes from Saint, and he says, since PS Plus just gave out Suicide Squad, did they ever fix it, or is it stuck at 30 FPS? I think you're misremembering. That game was not capped at 30. You're thinking of Gotham Knights. Kill the Justice League was a game that had actually really good performance. Performance breakdowns and a lot of the textures and facial expressions and stuff. It was actually a very good-looking game, and it actually ran really well. You're thinking of Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights was the one capped at 30. Ryan Hayer with 40 months, the big 4-0. Keep up the great reporting. You're my #1 gaming news outlet. Thank you so much. And whenever you do a Member Plus or a VIP tiered membership, you get to add to the weekly goal every single day. So always remember to celebrate those renewals. You might have a renewal to celebrate. So click the $ at the bottom of the chat and see if you got one. Okay. Great performance, crap endgame. Yeah, it's a fun romp. Seriously. If you're just looking for a fun co-op looter shooter romp, one playthrough of Kill the Justice League is actually fun. I thought it was fun. I thought the live service setup was terrible. The gameplay loop, content loop for the end game was awful. It really was. They totally dropped the ball. But if you're just looking for a mindless looter shooter with your buds, it's good. It's fun. I liked it. I mean, it's not an amazing game. It's not going to like blow your mind, but I thought it was fun. Here we got a question from Citizen JV, and we need 13 more likes on the video. Guys, keep smashing that thumbs up. Thanks so much for being here. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 has a trial for PS5. I'm very skeptical that I won't like it. Just want to know if it's worth it or trying. I had performance issues when I played it on my base PS5. The frames were inconsistent. Image quality got really muddy and blurry at times. I love it on the Pro. If you're not as persnickety as I am with respect to like frames and image quality and all of that, I think it's fun. I think it's a super fun game, especially if you play co-op. I loved playing that game with my wife. We had a blast with it. It got a little too intense and stressful for operations. We played a couple operations. We never failed an operation, but it just got a little stressful, you know, and a little outside of what we look for just for like chill evening, you know, gaming sessions. So we only did like 4 of the operations. So I wish I would have played through the whole campaign with her. I really do. I wish I would have done that. So, but yeah, I think it's fun. Try it out. See what you think. I had a ton of performance issues on my base PS5, especially in some of the missions where there were like those enemies that they like swarm the ground or something. I forget what it was. I mean, they're always swarming, but like it's like they're like little. It was like black, and you had to like stand on plates or something. Yeah. What's the latest word on the street about the GTA 6 predictions? There's predictions about disruption of the live service market. There's predictions about if GTA 6 will release multiple versions of itself to increase sales. There are people that bought GTA 5 2, 3, and 4 times, which to me is crazy. But basically, there was an analyst that predicted Rockstar will do the same thing with GTA 6 that they did with GTA 5, where they'll release a PS6 version and charge you full price for it. So, you're burnt out from this GTA 6 talk? Well, then bring up something else. I'm letting you guys change the subject. I'm letting you guys submit questions. Here's something to put on your radar. Hyperlight Breaker is hitting early access very shortly. Very, very shortly, in 6 days. So if you liked Hyperlight Drifter, this is very different, and this is a co-op game. So this one's been on my radar for a while. and there's different classes and different things. I think this one looks really, really fun. So wishlist Hyperlight Breaker on Steam. Early access happens in about 6 days. All right, let us go to the next question. I kind of already answered this question from Perfect Image. How do you feel about the new GPUs with integrated AI? I don't care if you're using frame gen. I don't care if you're using an upscaler. As long as image quality and image stability is good, and as long as there's no input latency, I do not care. So, Catwalk says, off topic, but today is my birthday, y'all. Can I get a gifted train to celebrate me hitting middle age? Catwalk, this is very, very kind. All right, guys, will you oblige Mr. Catwalk 22, single gift rain if they want to. But like, if you guys want to do this, we celebrate people's birthdays around here in a variety of ways. I don't know if we'll ever break Hilly's record. Hilly got like the most gifted memberships in a single day for his birthday. But Catwalk 22 is saying, I'm now middle age. Can I get a gifted train? So if you can't do a gifted membership, just say happy birthday in the chat to our good friend Catwalk 22, a very loyal viewer here. And commonly Catwalk is doing super chats and gifteds. And Zubair says he will start the action. Thank you so much, Zubair. And that takes us to 277. Thank you so much, Zuby. It was Zuby's birthday yesterday, and now it's Catwalk's. So happy birthday, Catwalk. I hope you have a good one, man, and I hope you enjoy being middle-aged, and hopefully you don't have a midlife crisis. There was an audio blip. Maybe it was. Did anybody else have it, or was it just Jom? Sometimes YouTube's been having an issue. Sometimes, yeah, people are saying audio. Yeah, if you're having issues with audio, just refresh. Audio keeps cutting out. Yeah, you guys are gonna have to refresh. YouTube must be having a problem. It's not on my end. It is not on my end. Yeah. And Lone Wolf gifts one, and Keithius gifts one, and Lone Wolf gifts another one. That's 3 total. Oh, there it is. That's a great setup. That's 280. See if you can bait the 20. Ryan makes it an Agents of Chaos. Oh, you scared me, Mom. I couldn't hear you. 281. Thank you, Ryan Hare. Little member train for Catwalk. Madam said that if you guys hit 300 members today... Oh, she wants me to build anticipation. She said that in Liquid Smoke with another one takes us to 282. She said that if we hit 300 members today, she will get a Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A. That's her commitment to you. She said whatever it takes for her to contribute. Had to close YouTube completely. Yeah, sorry some of you guys had an audio glitch. Anytime there's blips or audio blips or visual blips, just refresh. Just leave and come back. That usually fixes it. So. No, I'm good. I tried upgrading, but YouTube Incognito wouldn't allow me to buy an upgrade. I don't know if it's because I still have 19 days left on my free membership, but I'll try to purchase it. For some reason there, it doesn't let people on gifteds upgrade sometimes. I don't know why they don't make that super, super easy. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. But thank you guys for the member train for Catwalk. You can keep it going. There's still members at the top of the chat. If you guys want to keep it going, Catwalk22 asked for a member train for his birthday, and we had a little 5-6 runner there. So thank you very, very much. And we have a question here from Citizen JV. It says, if Assassin's Creed doesn't live up to Ubisoft standards due to poor reception of Star Wars Outlaws, what do you think will happen to Ubisoft? I don't know if Assassin's Creed Shadows has the power to save Ubisoft from what's coming. I really don't. I think Ubisoft's in trouble, like genuine financial trouble. They're going to sell off the property and be like almost like divestitured or whatever it's called. Gifted upgrade is a no-go. Red Dragon, you can't upgrade on a gifted. Man, They have got to fix that. I wonder how many people have tried and can't. Like, I wonder how many times we would have hit the goals that we've been shooting for, and it's like people probably just give up trying. There are thousands of people every month on a gifted, and if it doesn't let you upgrade, I'll complain to YouTube, and they'll just tell me to fill out a ticket. You know what I mean? Like, they won't even. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those things I think that are continually frustrating about memberships. It's like it's a huge aspect of what we do here. It's like quite literally the only way I'm able to do this full time, and they make one of the most important aspects of it not work right. So I am sorry if you're constantly trying to upgrade, you can't. 300 members and she beer bongs a Diet Coke. Lona needs to pour it in a funnel while she's wearing a USA flag shirt. She literally was wearing her Christmas present. I got her a sweatshirt that says I need a Diet Coke. That shirt is not a coupon, babe. No, I will get you a Diet Coke from the garage anytime you want, but no, we have not hit 300. We're at 282, babe. They stopped. I guess they gave up. They literally stopped gifting as soon as you threw it out there. You ruined it, babe. It's all your fault. Old Dad Gamer, she's Charlie Brown walking out sad. Old Dad Gamer says, no, you just finished Kana. I did it on the Series X. Very good game. Do we know of anything that Ember Labs is doing next? The animation in Kana is chef's kiss. Yeah, the only thing I didn't like in Kana was the inconsistency with parries, because it didn't seem to work well, and that last boss fight I didn't like at all. Yeah, I don't know what they're working on. I do know they're working on another game. I think that South of Midnight looks like a more mature Kana Bridge of Spirits. Like, that's what I keep saying. I think that game's going to be excellent. I know it's directly in the crosshairs of these people that are just hate on games. Like, that's their brands now, I guess. I don't get why people are hating on it. It's just to me, it's like, I guess it's all it takes now. It's all it takes is like, it's, you know, is he a man? Is he alive? Evel Knievel, right? Is it a woman? Is it a minority? Woke. Like, that's where we've arrived. So I think South of Midnight has looked great from the beginning. I know that cutscenes had that weird stop motion 30 FPS thing going on, but as soon as they showed gameplay, I was like, "Yo, this game looks good." I don't get the hate. I really don't. Yeah. Sweet Baby touched it, so that's all people need anymore to hate on something. You think it looks meh? I don't think it necessarily looks earth-shattering. I just think it looks good. It looks like a fun game. We just care for Madam's health. Too much to let her drink another Diet Coke. Okay, all right. I said in the past I don't like side-scrollers, but one game I do like is Little Nightmares. I agree, that's a good side-scroller. Can you turn the stop motion off? The stop motion is seemingly only in the cutscenes. I don't know if you'll be able to turn it off. It's a stylization. It doesn't happen in the gameplay. The gameplay runs at 60 from the footage they've released. So, oh, you can turn the stop motion off? I thought you were asking. Hey, Grifter, show me where Sweet Baby touched you on this doll. Right. Stonespire asks a question. He says, can you explain the ramifications of the Game Pass effect as it relates to Xbox trying to move forward as a third-party developer and the success of that platform as a whole? Well, they would internally be able to speak to this probably better than me. I mean, if I'm trying to theorize what's going on, you've really got to wonder if the 80% number from Chris Dring is accurate. You've really got to wonder just how long they expected that train to last. Like, you're spending large sums of money to produce games and bring them to the market, and then you're putting them on your main platform and basically being like, yeah, it'll get about 80% of what we would expect in sales. Oh, there is stop motion in the gameplay, but you can turn it off. You can turn it off for you cannot turn it off for the cutscenes though. Okay, so they've spoken to that. Okay, so stop motion in the cutscenes is there, but in the gameplay it can be disabled. Yeah. Yeah, as far as Game Pass ramifications, as far as being a publisher, like as far as being like them leaning more into being like a third-party publisher, I just don't know if Microsoft's going to continue to be okay with that. They expected half of North America to have a Game Pass sub. Yeah, I suppose. And maybe that's what they were hoping for, Zuby, to cover all this. Because, like, in my mind, it's like, just how long did they think that was going to work? Like, we're spending large sums of money to publish our own games, and then we're allowing the sales on our platform to be reduced by 80%. Like, it just doesn't, that math don't math. Again, like what Zubair is saying, I think they thought the growth potential of Game Pass was going to match what they saw with Netflix, and if that would have tracked, then they would have been able to subsidize all their games and all their studios, and it wouldn't have been an issue. It would have been part of the brand, right? The volume of your Game Pass sub base would have been so big. Like, imagine, instead of having what they stall out at, 25 million or whatever it was, and then it jumped to 36, but that was because of Game Pass Core. So there's somewhere between 25 and 30 million. I mean, imagine if it was double that. Imagine if they had 50 to 60 million people subscribed, and then they were so hooked on it, they kept raising the price and then making more money. I think they really thought, people love Netflix, let's just do that. If everyone is on Game Pass, we'll have so much money. Please see my tag in Discord. Great news, I have an interview for a position on Thursday. Also, funny enough, it's with the person who trained me during my internship. Kind of crazy. Hopefully it goes well. I would love to work with him again. Hey, that could be a huge advantage, dude. Like, you already have that rapport. You know what I mean? Stop stealing what I'm going to say, jerk. The audio is still cutting on my end. I can tell people are still having issues. We're just dropping viewers like crazy, which typically means something's going on the platform. Usually viewership decline is slow, not tectonic. I'm not sure what YouTube's doing, but I don't have any control over it. So, yeah, I mean, back to Stonespire's question. We'll see. We'll see if the Game Pass effect on third-party developer leads them to say, day and date will be for select titles. Like, there's a part of me that thinks that's coming. Because Matt Booty was like, early last year, Matt Booty's like, yeah, we're still going to put our first-party titles day and date on Game Pass. And now that's not really true, is it? It's like, well, yeah, we're putting it day and date on Game Pass Ultimate and on PC Game Pass, but not on Game Pass Standard, not on Game Pass Core. So I just wonder if they're going to continue to push day and date off of the table because it just isn't, it's not in their interest anymore. I don't know. I wonder what the internal analysis of Call of Duty really is from Microsoft's perspective. What's their perspective on it? What's Satya's perspective on it? That's the perspective that matters right now. So, yeah, if people get audio blips and they're not familiar with who I am, they'll just leave. They'll just assume that something's going wrong with my broadcast. So, do you think GTA 6 will feature cosmetics that are unlockable and tradable for real? World assets possibility. Kind of like a Counter-Strike skin stores, but all of them. This question comes from Hey, It's Ollie. In general, this kind of thing I think is bad for a game. I'm already seeing like the NFT. I saw a clip of like NFT bros talking about how like people are going to become millionaires inside of GTA 6. And I think that's always a concern. I don't think you ever want to see a game kind of turned into I don't think you ever want to see a game turned into that, like an NFT or real money trading hawk situation. Because what that will lead to is people will interact with Call of Duty in a way that is destructive to the game. Or not Call of Duty, I'm sorry, GTA 6. You don't want people interacting with your game in a way where they're no longer playing the game, booting up the game, or using the game as a game. They're using it as like a... You'll have literal like trading firms descend on your game if you do that. So I don't know if I really hope Rockstar doesn't lean into any of the NFT thing and the, give people the ability to earn real money. I think that is acid on your game. I think that's just so acidic. So I don't think that would be something that I don't think they've signaled that they're doing it. I don't think they've signaled that they're going to do it, and I certainly hope that they don't do it. I think that would be bad. It would be bad. I think that a lot of people were predicting that those games were going to take over. Do you guys remember? Hailing a long time. What's good? Do you guys remember when they were predicting that like NFT games were going to take over, and you were going to be able to basically like buy real world items in the game basically and make real world money and sell it or whatever, and like you don't just buy the microtransaction, you own the microtransaction, and it's not locked to that game. And do you remember how I kept saying that nobody making those predictions was actually thinking about the ramifications of what would happen if that happened? Number one, if there's no demand for what you purchase, then what you purchase has no intrinsic value. Also, you need people to continue to buy into that marketplace in order to maintain the value, right? When you buy the skin, then somebody has to want the skin later for a greater amount of money than you paid for it. And then when that person buys a skin from you, there has to be somebody else in line that wants the skin for a greater amount of money than they paid for it. That doesn't work. Like, you can't just keep having that happen. And the other thing that would have happened is, I made this prediction a long time ago. I said the only way you increase the value of an NFT item in a game is through scarcity, right? If we all can buy the $10 green hat for our character, and then we're hoping to sell that later, no one's going to care if everybody could buy it. So then the only way you add intrinsic value that then potentially goes up is through scarcity. So there's only going to be 500,000 green hats sold. Okay, now you're going to run into bots and NFT trading hawk sites that would basically descend on the game and make it impossible for consumers to buy the green hats when they first come out. These bots and these trading firms would descend upon the game, buy everything up to make the scarcity more magnified, and then they would hope that a year later they could then sell it to the public because now there has been a manufactured scarcity. So, guess what didn't happen? NFT games didn't take over. They didn't. And there's still guys out here claiming that the next wave is going to be better and that blockchain games and NFT games and Web3 games are going to take over. It's like, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're no different than the pyramid scheme moms on Facebook. It's like, it's the same thing. It's a horse of a different color. Instead of being like, hey, hun, I haven't talked to you since high school, but will you let me host a makeup party at your house? Or will you buy this, herbal remedy thing? Do you want to sell for me? Like, it's the same thing. It's like, it's just a bunch of dude bros that are like, yeah, man, you can get rich off of the blockchain and NFTs, and yeah, you own it forever. Yeah, what are you doing with those stupid pixel monkey pictures? What are you doing with those? Remember when Kevin Hart was selling NFTs of him, like AI generated pictures of his face? What are you doing with those AI generated pictures of Kevin Hart? Nothing. Mick D09 with a question. And guys, we're in a bit of a viewership tailspin because the platform, something is clearly wrong. If you're having to refresh and having trouble, I am sorry. If it doesn't get fixed in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll probably have to make a judgment call. We might have to just go to Green Room or something. I cannot stand streaming when it's like this because all you do is just hemorrhage and it hurts. It's bad for everything. So, and people that aren't familiar with me will have no idea what's going on. So if it doesn't get better in about 30 minutes, we might have to make a judgment call. So I've been enjoying streaming longer, though. I don't like cutting streams short, but my gosh, something is clearly wrong. We have lost over 100 viewers in the last 20 minutes, and that's very, very abnormal. It's just like a straight line down, and people are still reporting audio issues. So I wish I could fix it. I don't have the ability to fix it. It's something on YouTube's end, and they are probably doing something on the front end. Former Annapurna leads take charge of Take-Two's discarded indie games, and he hopes to get more Stray quality indie titles. Yeah, my daughter certainly hopes that we get a sequel to Stray. She always asks me is there another Stray coming out. Yeah, she's asking me all the time, so she would certainly be happy. I don't know if that'll lead to any sequels, though. You know, I think they clearly have a good track record. They do. They have a good track record, but I don't know if they'll decide to do sequels. So, Ubisoft officially posts. Is this real? Excuse me. Excuse me. Come on, go over there. Assassin's Creed Shadows parkour system overview. Oh, this was yesterday. Yeah, we already covered this. Yeah. Yeah, that was literally in the show open, Hadigan. I feel like some of you guys literally just skipped the show open so you can put stuff in the Discord that was already in it. Hadigan, you got a bad batting average the last couple of days, bro. You keep throwing stuff in the Discord that I quite literally have already reported on. You're in like a time loop or something. You are behind. Ugh. Blockchain, I've heard of. NFT, not so much. Have no idea what either are. You don't need to know what they are. It'll never be a thing. It'll never make an industry impact. It's a freaking scam and a joke. And the people that shovel it will jump to something else as soon as they make as much money as they can on it. They're all waiting for their pump and dump moment. That's the facts, right? All the NFT bros, they're all secretly like super hyped about it and big on it because they're all waiting for their own pump and dump moment. That's what they're all doing because there are some people who became like overnight millionaires with it, and everybody else is hoping to do the same. So, Spider Sentinel says, I asked yesterday, but you misinterpreted. It's okay. What from the new Sony movies, Ghosts and Helldivers, are you hoping to see more of their story or action? I need more story for Helldivers 2 than action. I don't remember what you asked me yesterday that I misunderstood. Sorry I did that. So you were wanting this, what do I want? I mean, I think you're probably pretty spot on that, like, well, no, I think it needs to be a good blend of both with Ghost. I think Ghost, you need to have amazing swordplay, which they got the guy that directed John Wick 4. I would assume that means we're going to get amazing swordplay. The sword fights and Donnie Yen in John Wick 4 are immaculately done. So I think we'll probably get great sword fights and great swordplay, which to me that's action. But I also think Ghost has got to be super, super story and character focused in order to work. That's why it's such a great game. Helldivers 2, obviously, yeah, a lot of action, a lot of cinematics, a lot of self-referential, self-aware humor, I would think is what you'd want to see there. So yeah. Gaza says, do you think the future of Microsoft bringing Game Pass to 4K, 8K TVs, would it be accessible without a console, but also I'll be able to use a controller like a PlayStation or an Xbox controller? Yeah, that we already know that. They debuted Game Pass on a Samsung TV at Gamescom. It wasn't last year. I think it was the year before. And they were using a DualSense controller. Yeah. The lead from Shogun, I hope they cast the lead from Shogun as the uncle in Tsushima. I think he would be perfect for it. He's the right age. He's got the right like demeanor and disposition. I think he'd be perfect for the uncle in Tsushima. Yeah, as far as this controller thing goes, Gaza, yeah, all you need is something that can connect to your television via Bluetooth. So a DualSense, I mean, maybe even the Nintendo Switch Pro controllers. I mean, I don't know. As long as you can just sync it. If you can put the controller into pairing mode, you should be able to pair it with the TV. You can put your DualSense into pairing mode and pair it with an iPad. So, yes, I did see the DualSense style third-party Xbox controller. I did see that, yeah. For people who prefer the more symmetrical approach to the joysticks. Yeah. So, Citizen JV says, what do you think about the new gameplay footage for Assassin's Creed Shadows? Yeah, I covered that in the show open. I'm trying to not get hyped. I'm trying to not get too excited, but I think they've really elevated the gameplay. I think the seamless transitions that they have created, where they're letting you sort of like do a flip off and then roll, or do a flip off and then grab, or do a flip and go right into stealth. The seamlessness of the parkour, to me, is an area that will work really, really well for the stealth and for being a ninja. Like, if you're trying to get me to feel like a ninja, it just can't be clunky. And it looks like they've really worked to make it not feel clunky. Now, I think that Yasuke will feel clunky, and I think he's supposed to. I think he's going to feel like you're controlling a linebacker. Almost like whenever you're running in Gears of War. I always described running in Gears of War like you feel like a linebacker. You feel like you're about to just go blast through somebody on the football field. And so I feel like Yasuke is probably going to feel that way. And I think that the seamlessness of the parkour and the stealth and the stuff that we've seen from the most recent footage will likely, I think, really help with that immersion as being a ninja. Yeah. You ever thought it'd be this bad? Not even close. It's like we're diving straight into hell every time. Hold on, say that again. I don't get that meme at all. This movie will finally tell us how Helldivers got their name. Right. Doomslayer with 24 months of membership. I hope that the God of War show is either set in Greek trilogy or the transition from Greek to Norse, which was skipped in the game. Yeah, I don't have like a list of demands for any of the shows. I just want the quality to be good, the acting to be good. As long as we get a, The Last of Us level quality, yeah, if it's at the quality and production and acting and casting of The Last of Us Season 1, I will be perfectly happy with what they do with Tsushima, Helldivers, Horizon, and God of War. I think PlayStation's doing a full court press. I really do. I think they're saying, we want to get as much of the market as we possibly can. So to me, it's like PlayStation and Xbox looked at a market that wasn't growing, and they had very, very different responses to that. Xbox basically said, let's just go elsewhere. We're not going to get any more people here. So they're going into mobile and PC and more ecosystem, more publishing, right? Why? Well, the market's not growing, as Phil has said many, many times. So their response to what they felt like was a plateaued market is very different. PlayStation was like, okay, market's not growing. What should we do? China Hero Initiative. That's an untapped market. We could get games and help publish Chinese games and win over the Chinese market. Black Myth Wukong probably helped as well by being only available on their platform and not available on Xbox. However, they know that the PC market is huge in China, so they are publishing the China Hero Project games on PC as well as PlayStation Day and Date. That will likely be used by dishonest people to claim that, like, oh, they're going day and date. Everybody's going multiplat. That keeps getting said by people who apparently don't watch or listen to shareholders' calls unless they want to cherry pick a data point. But people will continue to say that. But PlayStation responded to what they viewed as a plateaued market very different. China Hero Project, India Hero Project, and I also think their efforts with TV. They saw a spike in purchases of The Last of Us every episode of the season, and they got 20 million people bought a PS5 who didn't have a PS4. So I think PlayStation's approach to saying, how do we grow the market? It's not growing, I actually think was better, because they basically doubled down on their core principles of games, exclusives, and quality and value, instead of basically being like, well, this isn't going to work, so let's just go somewhere else. And Brandon with 14 months and a VIP. Thank you, Brandon. That bumps the line to 283. So you do realize that most people don't watch calls with shareholders. That's not a thing that most people do. The people that make the statements do. The people that want to be taken serious as a commentator on the industry, they ought to. The guys out here who keep saying that everybody's going multi-plat, everybody's doing, no, they're not. Nintendo is going to destroy that narrative this year. There won't be Nintendo games on PC. There won't be Nintendo games on PlayStation and Xbox. There won't. PlayStation publishing and paying for the publishing of Chinese developer games landing day and date on PC will undoubtedly be taken as evidence that PlayStation's doing third party and going day and date. Because again, the reason I'm hard on these people is because I think that they know that their take is dishonest. They know that what they're saying isn't true. It's like they're not in the dark. They know that PlayStation has not signaled. They have not signaled that they will be going day and date on PC. But these outlets will continue to say it. These talking heads will continue to say it. If you're going to pontificate on the industry, it is incumbent upon you to read the information the players put out in their quarterly statements. Right. I do. I think that it's a matter of principle to me. It's like, you know what you're saying is not accurate. Like deep down, you know that your claims are dishonest, because you're cherry picking one thing and acting like it's representative of what the company is going to do. Once a company is a business or a software company, one company is a consumer creative company. Their approaches reflect those origins. Right. Here's another reason why it frustrates me, Zuby. So Xbox started signaling that they were going to lean into third-party publishing, and everybody yelled and screamed and fought and said, nope, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And they tried everything they could to twist and contort the statements of the CFO or Phil Spencer or anything. Like, they all tried to take those remarks and twist them and bend them to their narrative that it wasn't going to happen. Once it happened, and once it became clear that that was the goal of Satya and Microsoft, as soon as that light switch turned on and everyone realized, oh, this is 100% the strategy, this is 100% the thing, then they switched to, well, now we're going to misrepresent Sony's efforts with porting to PC or like the Lego Horizon game. So like, that's what frustrates me about it, is they just switched from one false narrative to another one in the blink of an eye. All it took was, and this is something people have to be mindful of, is that when one false narrative gets destroyed, another one is raised in its place. You know, well, this edifice has been destroyed. Do you see anybody clinging to the idea that, well, Xbox isn't going to do third-party publishing, Xbox isn't going to put their games on their platforms? Nobody's clinging to that anymore. Why? The false narrative got destroyed. The edifice is on the ground and it's nothing but dust and ash. Well, what do? They raise another one in its place. So now the new one is, now the new false narrative is, well, everybody's doing this. This is where the market's going. This is where the market's heading. Well, it's going to be really hard to claim that when the Nintendo Switch launches, the Nintendo Switch 2, because it's going to be nothing but Nintendo exclusivity as a selling point to get the device. You won't see those Nintendo games on other platforms. You won't. You will not see PlayStation games coming over to Xbox. You won't. They will always be staggered to PC, and if they're day and date, they'll either be live service or they'll be published games, not owned games. Like, they're publishing the China Hero games, and they're publishing them in a market where they know PC's too strong to ignore. We're going to have to publish games like Lost Soul Aside on both PlayStation and PC. Nintendo won't count for reasons. Right. So that to me, I think is a continued issue with the state of gaming commentary right now. Like, I'm sketching out in my mind already a video on, the state of gaming journalism. And I would probably put journalism in quotes on the thumbnail and in the title. The state of gaming journalism is very much in this vein of make false claims, misquote people, like what IGN has done, and then just move on to the next thing. Like, they'll never go back and retract. They'll never go back and correct. IGN to this day never went back and corrected their misquote of Sony. That was an intentional and willful act of deception. That was a line, and they never went back and fixed it. Like the situation with Mr. Forbes and the Black Myth stuff. Like, we'll never go back and publish a retraction. We'll never go back and fix the headlines. None of that. You just lie and move on to the next lie. So, there's layers to problems right now in gaming commentary, and that's just one of them. There's pockets of problems here. There's the problem with access journalism, but then the other problem is what's rising in its place is just another branch of dishonesty, right? You're gonna have gigantic channels over the course of the next couple of years that are doing the same thing. They're just doing it for different reasons. They're being dishonest about different things. So to me, you're going to continue to run into that. You're going to continue to see videos, channels, narratives. Even if by the end of this year, IGN is no more, a lot of these outlets are no more, there'll be something in its place, and it'll be a lot of the dishonesty on YouTube. Like, I saw a thumbnail just this morning that claimed, Concord cost Sony $400 million. That's not true. That's a lie. But there it is on a thumbnail. False claim in a thumbnail. Just a lie out there. Driving click rate, making money off dishonesty. Right out there on Main Street. It's very much like sports media. It's about hype, hot takes, and clicks. The funny thing is that the place to get quality sports analysis is now YouTube. Right. Like, hang on one second. You're seeing that, right? You're seeing legacy media and legacy news die. And I think you're going to see legacy games journalism die. And that doesn't mean that power vacuum is filled with something better. It doesn't. It's just like, yeah, somebody said, like, false narrative Hydra. This is kind of like that. It's like, in the absence of going to these places, like, people aren't going to go to like IGN and some of these places for their news. They're going to go to YouTubers, right? And so the thing that you're going to have to do as a gamer, as a viewer, as a listener, is you're going to have to be as discerning and as prudent as you can to decide who you think is rooting their coverage and content in truth and accuracy and who is not. Isn't that why the Cowboys didn't make the playoffs? For sure. I don't know why they didn't make the playoffs. So I think that's going to be what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to spend a lot of skill points in discernment and just being able to see who's got a standard that's based on, conviction and principles, higher values that are above just the click rate. If people demand quality coverage, the market will supply it. If the people want crap, the market will supply crap. Right. I think there's always going to be both buckets, honestly. I think there'll be both buckets of consumers and both buckets of content. Yeah. I think that's going to be a continued thing. Yeah. That $400 million was donated to a little island I just happen to live on. Share some of it, baby. That $400 million. That one just gets so freaking old. It got falsified so quickly, and people still run with it. Oh, Jerry Jones investing in Concord. Yeah, that's why. That's why the Cowboys didn't make the playoffs. I got another question here. from Spider Senseless. Do you see a Spider-Man movie based on the Sony game in the future? Might be a legal battle, but I could see them being as big as classic Batman and Robin films. A money glitch if done right. I don't know, man. I mean, I love Spidey. Everybody loves Spidey, but you got to be careful with Spidey. We're gonna get another Tom Holland. Toby's back for I think he's signed on for like 3 movies. Andrew Garfield says he's not, but we all know that Andrew Garfield is a pretty bad liar, so he could be. You gonna quote me and forget me? What did I quoted you and forget you? What are you talking about? But you gotta be careful with Spidey, man. I don't know. If you just flood the market with Spidey movies, people are gonna be like, enough is enough. I don't know. I don't know if you even want to do that either. I don't know if you need to do that. Do we need to take the characters and the world and what they build in the games and throw it into a movie? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think so. Brad Sam's claiming that Xbox will transform handhelds. No, I think Nvidia is going to transform handhelds. Citizen JV says, this is my last question. Have you heard of a video game called Guilt? I feel like I put this on radar one day. Let me look here. No, I didn't. What is this? It came out in 2023. Action, adventure, horror, narration, puzzle, single player. Shape your fears. Embark on a journey where you face the worst fears and are confronted with emotional impact of your actions in this narrative adventure game with puzzles, stealth, and action. Yeah, I've seen this one. Because she's got the flashlight and she's sneaking in the buildings and stuff. Yeah. I think this was this made by... Who was this made by? I feel like I played something else that they made. Hang on. Tequila Works. I think they published and made other games that I played. Rhyme maybe was one of them. Yeah, it looks okay. It's Pixar Alan Wake. It's Pixar Alan Wake. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I don't necessarily know if it would be a game that I would necessarily get down with. If it was co-op, I could see playing it with Madam. In Before Zubair says this man's obsession with co-op is a problem. If you guys haven't done it yet, go ahead and smash that like button. It seems like YouTube's issues have stabilized, so let's try to get to 400 likes. And I have cleared the question queue. And we got a new one in here from Grumpy Exile, first in line after I cleared it. Unfortunately, I had to cancel my Member Plus. What benefits do I miss compared to a gifted member? That is changing today, Grumpy Exile. Since we have been extending streams and making them longer and longer, the end of the day segment is going to become the green room. I think Writer's Room is just going to go away. We're going to do morning coffee, upload talk show, and then we're always going to end the day with green room. I really want people who do Member Plus and above to feel like it's worth it, and they haven't been getting extra content for a long time. So gifted members and people on the $5 member tier, they will continue to get morning coffee, the Friday segment with Hilly, and then Friday nights with Madam. We've been extending the live stream so much lately that I just kind of felt bad. I was like, we're not leaving any room for green room. So member pluses and VIPs starting in December, like they just stopped getting extra content, and God love you guys. You guys just stayed. Nobody downgraded because we're not getting extra content. So that's amazing. But I really just want to have that daily offer to people of like, hey, if you want to come with us, you got to bump up to Member Plus. You got to bump up to VIP if you want to come with us at the end of the day. And if people are like, no, that's fine. I'll stay on, free or gifted. That's fine. But yeah, moving forward, that's what we're going to do. We're starting that today. We had said we were going to do that anyway. I think we said that earlier this year. The culture around here is shifting just a little bit. There was a time where I would rigidly stop a stream at like 2.5 hours or 2 hours and 45 minutes. We didn't want them getting to 3 hours. We've been extending quite a bit, and we've noticed it's good results. It used to hurt. It used to hurt if we went past the 3 hour mark. Now it doesn't, not so much. It also gives me an opportunity to run ads during a live stream, and I think YouTube wants us to do that. So I don't run them when we're having a conversation like this, but 2.5 or 3 hours into a live stream when I got to take a break, running ads, doesn't disrupt the show because I'm going upstairs anyway. Spinach Grenadier, you can't submit a question without being a member. You're asking me if I know somebody did a video on you about the Gears of War 6 rant. I don't care, and your account's only like 7 months old, so you're probably just somebody on an alt trying to get a reaction. I highly doubt you just created your account 7 months ago and you just happened to have seen a video about me to come in and tell me about it. I don't watch content about me. I don't really care about that style of content. I don't like it and I don't consume it. And it's usually just toxic, nasty, and not honest. So I'll hop on Member Plus as soon as I get a new job. You're good, Grumpy Exile. I know people fall on hard times. That's why I'm happy that we have so many gifteds that go out every day. We're 17 away from another milestone where I would gift more. And I'm happy to do that, especially if we can continue to see the funnel of people on Member Plus and VIP go up. Excuse me. As direct support increases, that just naturally overflows into people being able to probably always secure a gifted, because we're just able to have that support system in place. Rivals designs are for gooners. It's comic accurate. Yeah, I've seen some commentary on Marvel Rivals and people, obviously throwing around the they're making this for gooners. No, a lot of the outfits are actually comic book accurate, because there's been a long history of comic books looking like that. Everything was always accentuated and exaggerated and very very objectified. That's part of the history of comic books. Yo, Roadkill with 5 gifted members says, let's get there. He's like, let's hit the milestone. Let's do it. Let's hit 300. I tell you what we'll do. Yeah, you guys can extend. I'll give you 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes to get 12 more, and then we'll extend. We'll keep going. You guys have been faithful today, even through all the audio problems. I don't know. YouTube was having some issues. Yeah, we don't need politics in here. That doesn't even need to be stated. So it looks like they're going to be adding, they're debuting a new map too in Marvel Rivals. We haven't done much reporting on Marvel Rivals just because it's just not my game, not my jam. Nicola says, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora is indeed quintessentially a Ubisoft game. The prettiest they've ever done, though. I couldn't agree more. I am interested to try co-op with Madam to see if it's any good, though. Oh, was giving you a hard time over the Hydra comment. Oh. Yeah, sometimes I'll just read a comment like that and not give credit. Sorry, Amskin. It was a good comment. Yeah, false narrative Hydra, I thought was a good comment. Comic books are trying to get the attention of young boys. That's the easiest way, for sure. And Brandon says, I'll make it a little easier. And he gets us to 289. Thank you so much, Brandon. Appreciate you guys. 1 away from a 10 bomb. Oh, 3 new maps. Oh. Yeah, and another one from Brandon. Oh, the spirit of Stone Spire is alive and well. He bumps the line just perfectly to 290. He's out here fishing. He's out here baiting, trying to get somebody to drop a 10 bomb. If you guys are trying to get gifteds, man, make sure you're hitting the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. And make sure you're here as often as possible. That'll increase the likelihood of you getting a gifted member. We appreciate all the people who continue to do that. And I love seeing folks get those gifteds. Also, double check your bell. A lot of people have been reporting that YouTube switched their notification bell, to personalized, and so they're getting less notifications. So you'll want to switch it to all. What's a gooner? Gooner's become like, I feel like I know what it means, but maybe it means something else. It can mean a foolish person. It's got like other history and like other etymology. It's now sort of used to refer to guys who are constantly like, obsessing over the bodies and looks of women. Like they'll post, it's the guys that were like constantly crotch-shotting Eve in Stellar Blade. Or there was literally a post that just showed the almost completely bare backsides of two characters in the first Descendant, and they're like, gaming is healing. And it's like, yeah, it's people that like, that's all they care about. That's their priority. Their priority in games now is that women need to be half naked and hot. And if they're not, it's woke. If a woman's fully clothed, if a woman isn't just is like hyper attractive, they claim that it's woke, gross, ugly, or whatever. So like the AI image of Lucia from GTA 6, somebody saying that she was fat. Some of these guys have like they've hurt themselves, like their brains are broke. I can't imagine looking at an image like that and thinking that it's fat. To me, I do think some of these people have risen to the status of disorder, because if you've ever studied like eating disorders and the way that like anorexics view their body, and they become so disordered in their thinking that they view themselves as fat, even next to somebody who is larger than them, they will say, oh no, I'm fatter than them, right? So it's this over-realized, derangement sort of obsessive thing that people need therapy to get out of that, right? Because they slowly die because of what they do to themselves. I think this is a version of that. I do. I think it's disordered thinking. They have consumed things to a degree and have looked at things to such a degree, it has distorted their view of reality to the point that I would consider it a form of disorder. It's like an inverted anorexia. It's like, instead of looking at themselves and thinking that any single sign of flesh is fat, they look at women in video games or depictions of women, and it's like an inverted version of that. It's this distorted view of reality where just a naturally shaped woman is described as fat. I can't imagine looking at that picture of Lucia. It was AI, but still, I can't imagine looking at that picture and being like, why is she fat? It's like, huh? What are we even saying here? It's crazy. People are acting like Marvel Rivals is revolutionary. Meanwhile, it's just another hero shooter. Well, here's the thing, right? Minecraft wasn't revolutionary. To a certain degree, it wasn't. And yet it was. Helldivers 2 wasn't revolutionary. And yet at some level it kind of was. It was like, oh wow, this is super fun. So like, I think you can see that like Fortnite like wasn't revolutionary, but it kind of was at the same time. Taking a simple concept and making it super fun is how things like this explode. Pow World wasn't really revolutionary, and yet at some level it kind of was. So no, I don't think there's anything revolutionary about Marvel Rivals. But at the same time, it kind of is. It took a format that was kind of tired and worn out, and they injected it with life and excitement. We got 4 minutes. 4 minutes to extend. Who's going to drop the 10 bomb? We could do 2 5 bombs, and then I'll drop a 5 bomb. I'll tag team with you. Let's hit 300. We'll extend. Keep hitting the like button. You guys are crushing it. I don't need a cheeseburger innovation. I just want good meat and cheese. I was already done, though. All the heroes are just copy of and paste of hero shooters. Yeah, see, but I think the dilemma is you're expecting consumers to care about that, and I don't think that they do. They're just having a good time. I do. I think they're just having a good time. I think that they are playing a game that has recognizable characters and IP that they already like, right? So there's built-in familiarity, there's built-in fandom, and the mechanics are familiar enough that they can be proficient almost day one. And the gameplay loop is one that is satisfying. People like to play games like that. I don't, by the way. I don't. I was grumpy and complaining in a game that we won, and I was the MVP, and I wasn't having any fun. And a 5-bomb comes in from Jadix. He says, come on, somebody join me. 295. Thank you, Jadix. We just need another one. Who's going to take the glory? We'll see if we get a little bit of a race here and get a multi. Like, I literally don't like games like that. I don't. We won, and I was the MVP. I had some big plays, and I was grumpy and complaining because I just don't like games like that. They're meat grinders. You know what I mean? Like, at some level, I'm in agreement with you. Calm down. It's like, I've played this game before, right? I've run around as a turret-toting, well, it wasn't turret-toting. You would turn into a turret. I played as the robot in Overwatch a lot. You know, I played as Genji. Was it Genji? Is that how you pronounce it? I played as Genji a lot. And then eventually I just got sick of it. I just didn't like it. I really liked Pharah. Pharah reminded me of like old school Quake 3 days, like bouncing people around with rockets. But like, Lono was Grumpy Exile. That's right. So to me, it's like, but that's not what's going to determine the game's success. Like, there are clearly people that are vibing with it and having a good time. Nothing against the game. I just hear people acting like it's something crazy when it's just Concord and Overwatch with a Marvel skin. Well, Concord wasn't even a good hero shooter as far as hero shooters go. They didn't even have ultimates in the game. So if they wanted to appeal to fans of hero shooters, I believe they made a fundamental mistake. There were no ultimates. The characters were uninteresting or dumb looking. Or like somebody described them as losers. They were losers. They weren't cool. So they made fundamental mistakes from a hero design perspective. You know, whoa, we got 60 seconds. We need a buzzer beater. We need 5 more members. I'll drop a 5 and we'll keep it going. And then we can switch the Q&A. We can switch it around. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that happens. I think when people are enjoying something, they just get excited, and I think there are people that are immediately antagonistic and annoyed by excitement because they're not happy. Right? You're not happy. Think about it like this. When you lose a really big game, like when my kids' team, my boys' team, their soccer team, and Sneaky Wolf secures it. There it is, right at the buzzer. 1 o'clock. And Ala Park comes in with another one. 3:05. Ala Park with the Agent of Chaos. There it is. I owe you guys 5. You're the best. When my boys went undefeated all season, and then they lost the championship game, and Cat comes in. It's a 5-bomb train. I'm counting this train for Catwalk. Catwalk 22 asked for a member train earlier for his birthday, and here we have one right now. 3 5-bombs in a row. Keep it going, boys and girls. Thank you, Kat. So it was painful. I felt really bad. The one kid, too, he was such a good player, and he had tears in his eyes. And I was like, listen, man, this pain, it's beautiful. It means that this mattered to you. And I'll take a player who cares every day of the week over somebody who doesn't care, right? But that pain that he felt and that sadness, it can make the other team's celebration kind of annoying, right? It can be annoying. It's like, oh, they're over there high-fiving, frick, right? And you can be frustrated, you can be mad. I think there are people that are in a perpetual state of that. They're in a perpetual state of they get annoyed by somebody having a good time. They get annoyed by somebody celebrating. If somebody right now is just loving Marvel Rivals and they're having a good time, your grumpiness, your annoyance with like, I don't know why they're acting like it's revolutionary. Like, it's like you're in a perpetual state of grump. You're in this perpetual state of like, oh, people having a fun time and a good time is annoying. It's like people, when somebody gets excited about something and they call it cringe, that never bothers me because that is such a self-report. That is just such a self-report. Who's mad? I mean, the way that you've approached this conversation, you seem unhappy. Everything you've said has been negative. Marvel Rivals is just Overwatch 3. People acting like Marvel Rivals is revolutionary. Meanwhile, it's just another hero shooter. It was already done. All the heroes are copy-paste of other heroes. Nothing against the game. Just hearing people acting like it's something crazy when it's just Concord and Overwatch with a Marvel skin. 5 sentences of just bursting at the seams with negativity about the game. I just said the game's not that special. Unprompted, though. Like, unprompted, you're being negative about the game. Am I wrong? You are wrong. Like, your perspective is... Your perspective can't be wrong when you say, I don't like this game. Right? That can't be incorrect. That's just your response to it. I don't like it. Okay, that quite literally can't be incorrect. But when you say, it's just like Concord and Overwatch, that's not true. That can be false. My wife just said from the other room, Concord got canceled, didn't it? Like, you can be factually incorrect when you say things like that. You're like, oh, it's just like Concord. No, it's not. It's not like Concord at all. Third person, huge difference. Actually has ultimates. Characters are far more interesting. Characters are far more fun to play. Right? Now, you could say, well, the game modes are just like game modes from Overwatch. That's true. That's true. You could say that Fortnite's game mode is just like PUBG because it's a battle royale, isn't it? Apex is a battle royale, so is Fortnite, so is PUBG, so is Warzone. Well, the game mode's just battle royale. That's true, but you couldn't say Fortnite's just another PUBG. You couldn't say that Apex is just another Warzone. Like, you can't do that. They bring something different and fresh. And the reason that Rivals is having the moment that it's having is a whole cocktail of things. Recognizable and likable IP. That's a big win. It is. Easy to pick up, high ceiling of mastery, skill expression within a designated role that you can master. Oh, people love that. They do. And polished, really good gameplay. There you go. You throw all those things in a blender, and it's like, I told people the first time I saw footage of that, I was like, that game's going to be huge. That game has crazy potential. And people are like, why? It just looks like Overwatch. I'm like, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It was like when I played Fortnite for 20 minutes, and I was like, this is going to be bigger than PUBG. And I got called an idiot. And I was like, you don't understand. Fortnite's going to be bigger than PUBG. I could just tell. It was like I could just look at the pieces and the parts and assess them. And I'm like, this is going to be huge. They got the Marvel license. Wish it was DC. Maybe could have got some blood. DC characters could have been fun. I feel like DC characters and villains would have been really fun in like an irreverent game with like the Joker and stuff. Like get kind of more irreverent. Yo, Catwalk! Happy birthday, Catwalk. We had a little train going, and he's like, let me add to the train of 5 bomb gifted members. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Come on, chat. Keep the 5 bomb train going. Look at all the ones at the top. L Stream Cope get good on Gears of War? Huh? Wait, are people still reacting to when I made like a really quick offhanded remark? Somebody said something about multiplayer in Gears of War, and I was like, well, it hasn't been confirmed yet. And they turned that into idiot Reforge Gaming says Gears of War won't have PvP. I never, like, are people still reacting to that old clip? It was just like an offhanded remark where I was like, well, they haven't confirmed its existence yet. It might be very different. You never know. It's very likely that it'll have PvP. But that's all I was saying. And I know people seethed and malded and made salt content about that. Good golly, people are starving. They are starving for content if they're still making videos about that. If they're still making videos about that, good Lord. Is the ad revenue and the click rate that bad on your channel this month? I know January sucks, but good golly. That's old. Not only is it old, it's such a misrepresentation of what I said. Holy crap. Look, I feel bad for you guys. I do. You can't make content on your own. I know it's hard. I'll give you some. All right, here you go. Ready? Yeah, I just don't like Gears of War because I just die a lot in the PvP, and that if I die a lot in PvP, the easiest conclusion to come to is the game sucks. So, all right, I put silence on the front and the back of that, so hopefully you can. Hopefully it helps you pay rent this month. That's, yeah. I'm still in the Christmas season. I still got a Christmas tree up. I'm in season of giving. There's a free fake clip for your garbage content. Oh man. It's so hard. It's so hard to make content on your own. You got to crutch on the content of others. I'm here to help. I'm here to help. I'm feeling charitable. Oh my gosh. Can you believe it? Can you believe this guy says that a PvP game is bad if you die a lot? Can you believe it? Now do ones about geese, the Dutch, and black people. Oh my gosh. You're such a good guy, Lono, helping the less fortunate. That's right. I don't punch down. So, I know it's hard out here. It's hard out here for the creatively impotent. Oh. Lono feeding the trolls. I mean, I'll give him some table scraps every now and again, for free. That's it. I'm going to start a parody salt channel. That would be a really fun channel to do. Like Bizarro Universe. I like create a personality in a channel and I react to my own stuff like a salt farmer. Ex-Nintendo marketing lead? Oh, what are they saying? Ooh, what are they saying? As wild as these leaks are, Nintendo is going to stick to their plan. They have a date in mind, and they are not budging no matter what. Well, dadgummit! You know what? I think the important thing to remember about Nintendo is they have a bit of an ego. I think it's probably warranted, but they have a bit of an ego. So they will not be pressured into announcing the Switch too early. What's good, Purple? How are you, Purple Haze? They will not be pressured into announcing the Nintendo Switch too early. So all these leaks and pictures coming out of CES of the physical Switch 2, the accessory guys have one because they have to show you that the accessories work or whatever. Which that's a great way to lose your contract, I would think, with Switch. I don't know why they're able to do what they're doing. That seems really weird. You think Nintendo would be like, we're not going to work with you in the future. Anyways, Nintendo's got a bit of an ego, and I could see them being like, nope. Like this person saying, we have a date in mind. We are not announcing this earlier. We don't care. We don't care about the leaks. We don't care about the screenshots. That was real? Oh, yeah. It was real, Sneaky. Yeah. It was guys at CES with accessories, and they have real, actual, like, duplicate models of the device and the Joy-Cons because they have to show that their accessories work. Again, I'm super surprised you wouldn't have those guys under NDA to be like, you can't show the physical item in the Joy-Cons until we've announced the dadgum thing. That's why you should run upstairs and bring the Switch 2 down for us. I do need to take a quick break. You guys are the absolute best. We typically switch at this point into an AMA. You can ask me non-gaming questions, personal questions, whatever. You can use that question command. You can also click that like button. That's really, really helpful. We need 50 more likes. Let's hit 400 likes. I appreciate you guys so much. I will be right back. I am going to hit some ads. That supports me. While I'm gone, consider gifting a member, upgrading a member, or just submitting a question with the question command. Okay? I'll be right back. Yeah, everybody reporting on Transformers Reactivate game got canceled. Yep. GTA 6 on the Switch 2. For real, guys? Yeah, man. I don't think you're going to see all of the big third-party games land on the Switch 2, but I think there's going to be some surprises in the mix. I do. I think there'll be surprises in the mix because there was, I think, a lot of publishers and a lot of developers who in the late, I am so freaking cold. My hoodie's in the wash, dadgummit. There were so many late arrivals to Switch 1. Yeah, I think there'll be some surprises. We'll be like, oh wow, that game, huh? And once it's announced, I think it'll be easier to predict where that ceiling is. Like, there will be games that just don't make it. GTA 6 is probably one of the games that skips Switch 2, mainly because of brand alignment, I would think, but we'll see. But I would think that there will be some surprises. You'll see some third-party games land on the Switch too that you're like, oh wow, I didn't expect that, you know, just because of just how popular it's going to be, like, and just the crazy saturation that we're going to see with it in the market. So, good morning, decanter lovers. I want that Atari bourbon decanter so bad. It looks so cool. It really does. I literally replied to that person and I was like, listen, as a Kentucky resident and a regular bourbon drinker, it's Kentucky state law. You have to send me this. Because they were like, hey, content creators, who wants one of these? And I was like, give me one right now. Give it to me. It's probably because you're bad circulation. You should get that little thing that old people use and put it under the desk and ride a bike. I have one. Do you guys want to see it? I've never used it. You guys want to see it? I'll go get it in a minute. That could be a fun member goal. Who sent that to me? Somebody sent me the under the bike pedals. I can't remember who it was. One of you jerks sent that to me. There we go, Colin. You guys can ask me any question right now with Q&A. You can. You've unlocked it. You've extended the stream. We're going. So you can do AMA. Okay. Here's one from Colin. In a previous stream, you said that there are some things in the TLU 2 you didn't agree with. Can you elaborate on that? In addition, what were your thoughts on the story's quality? So, I think they should have had you playing as Abby earlier in the game to allow you to understand what was going on so that it would have been less jarring. I think from a pacing perspective, when they switch you to Abby, is absolutely irritating and off-putting. I don't agree with it. It's a brave choice. I also think it's a bad choice because what you do is it's just such a rug pull. It's like, oh my gosh, it's just such a jerk and a yank. It's whiplash. It's narrative whiplash. I think it's poor pacing. I do. It's not a TV show. I personally think that Druckmann and the team that directed TLU 2, I think they treated it too much like a TV show. You know how TV shows do that? They did that on Lost all the time. All of a sudden, the next episode was just about another character, and you're like, huh? I don't think that's as, whiplash-inducing in a TV show as it is in a video game, because I'm Ellie, right? I've got my kit. I've got my gear. I'm Ellie, okay? So I disagree with that from a pacing perspective. I think it's terrible. I think it really turned people off. They probably already didn't like her to begin with, and I think they doubled down. They're like, we're going to make you not like her, and then we're going to make the entire game shift on a hinge like an e-brake on a train where you're like, brr, you're like, oh my gosh. I completely disagree with that. I think it was a bad choice. I love the fact that by the end of the game, I loved the story because I end up liking Abby. You end up, if you're a sensible person, I think you end up liking Abby more than Ellie. I think it's an incredible feat in storytelling to make me annoyed with the main character. The character I felt very protective of in the first game, I'm now annoyed with, right? And I like Abby. I feel more of a connection to Abby at the end. The other thing I did not like when they forced me to fight, especially at the very, very end. I hated that. I thought that was stupid. That should have been a cutscene. I didn't mind the story arc of Ellie just not letting it go, but making me do it. It was just immersion breaking. It was like, I disagree with this so much. Don't make me do it. Don't make me push the buttons. So that was another thing I did not agree with and did not like. There's multiple times where you have to fight, and I don't like it. Like when you're fighting against Abby, when you're Abby fighting against, I just didn't like it. I thought the ending was I thought the ending was fantastic, but I did not like being forced to do it. Because what they've done, and I think this is actually quite brilliant from a writing perspective, is, and this is where I think the claims of woke and the claims of like Naughty Dog, you know, ruined their second game or whatever, it comes from people that don't understand storytelling, character arcs. They don't even understand their claims. They probably didn't even play the dadgum game. They read that that a trans person killed Joel, and then that was the end of it for them, which that's not true. Abby's character is not trans, and she's also not gay. She's straight. She has relations in the game, and she's quite flawed. Like, again, there's no girl bosses in The Last of Us Part 2. Abby is flawed and imperfect and makes bad decisions and has, you know, questionable moral choices. Ellie is infuriatingly stubborn and bullheaded and stupid, and she gets messed up because of it. That's not girl boss, right? That's not girl boss at all. That is actually quite good storytelling. And so what they... there was a ton of people that thought she was trans, Chris. They'll say it in my chat regularly when they come in here to hate on the game. That was heavily circulated. But the thing that they've done that's actually quite brilliant is they've damaged Ellie severely. They've damaged her. So they damaged Ellie in the beginning of the game and kind of at the end of the first game. They damaged her from a perspective of like she's been emotionally hurt. She says she's had trust broken with the one person that she thought she could count on. Okay, so that's personal damage. That's external, I would say, like external damage, right? When someone's grieving or something to that nature, like damaging a character, I think is huge for character arc. Joker Quinn coming in. And gifts a member, thank you so much. But then they damage Ellie in a deeper way. They do internal self-inflicted damage. She becomes foolish. She becomes destructive to herself and those around her. And she now carries that damage in a very, very personal and tangible way. She can't play the guitar, which was like her last connection to Joel. Okay, so to me, I think that's a perfect setup for The Last of Us Part 3. We can now put Ellie on a redemption arc, because I think you're supposed to end the second game just like so disappointed in her and so frustrated, especially like as a dad playing T-Lu 1, feeling a sense of protection and allegiance to her, and then seeing her go in a bad direction in the second game. She doesn't honor Joel, you know, as a friend or as a memory or as someone that did protect her. She doesn't honor him at all. She goes in a terrible direction. And so now in the third game, they can give her a redemption arc. The more I've thought about it, the more smart I think it was to end on kind of a low note. T-Lu 2 ends on a low note. It's like, oh, good golly, she's gonna now her last connection has been ruined. Her last connection, Joel's ruined now. She can't play the guitar anymore because of what she did. Her redemption arc started at the end of T-Lu 2. I mean, what, in the last 10 seconds? She ended the cycle of vengeance? Yeah, I mean, but still, like, it still ends on a sour note. I mean, it doesn't end on, like, a high note. You're like, yeah! You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think they're set up for a great third game. They're set up for a great, development of her story. And I certainly hope they do more with Abby. You can't get closure in the middle game, dude. Did you get closure at the end of The Empire Strikes Back? I mean, you don't get closure in the middle game. The third game will bring closure. So, I don't know if I would consider that the beginning of her redemption. I mean, I think every redemption arc starts negatively. They stop doing the negative thing, And then it truly takes off when they start doing the positive things. So an example would be Charlie's redemption arc in Lost starts when he throws the drugs in the fire. He voluntarily asks them back from John Locke. And you think, oh, he wants them back. He's going to do the drugs, and he throws them in the fire. Well, that's a negative beginning. It's like, I'm not going to do this anymore. Nobody would say that, like, yeah, that was his redemption. No, that's just the start. So, yeah, just the very start of her redemption arc would be the cessation of the dumb thing that she kept doing. So it's I think all redemption arcs start negatively, right? If to get into the word redemption and sort of what a lot of people think about it from a religious perspective, there is an element of repentance, a turning away from. I am no longer going to go this way. I'm going to go this way. So, yeah, I think barriers. I would say I can agree with that. That the cessation of what she was doing and the sort of repentant turning away of like, all right, I'm not going on that road anymore. I'm on a new road. That sets up game 3, I think, in a great way. You can't play a game like The Last of Us and just expect some cliche hero story. We're like, yeah, Ellie's just great the whole time and saves the day. I'm trying to figure out how to upgrade. Can you do it through the YouTube app? It's almost impossible to do through the YouTube app, Charles Hawk. You need to go into a browser on a phone, especially if it's an Apple phone. You need to go like incognito and log in and then request the desktop site. And then you just go to the members page and it should let you do it. It's especially frustrating that it's not an easier process. I think after Ellie's experience in part 2, she's ready to be a mentor and care for a child like Joel did in part 1. They better let me give Abby sweet release then in part 3. I'm not sure what you mean. Stonespire with a question. Since we're bringing back the green room, will you be playing demos like Steel Seed and other demos as they come out? I will attempt to make time for that in the green room. Excuse me. I will attempt to make time for that in the green room. The dilemma is going to be, once Creature's back up on his feet, we're going to be doing a lot more uploads. Especially once the news cycle picks up as well. So, ending her? Wait, why would you want to kill Abby in the third game? I don't know how you can roll credits on part 2 and still want to kill Abby. Like, there's no... What would be the point of that? Perfect Image says, I don't have that problem gifting or buying memberships on iPhone. Upgrading is what he's trying to do. Upgrading through the iPhone typically does not work. It just doesn't work. You have to go through the browser. Horizon Forbidden Food. Lono, you've been vetoed? What was I vetoed about? What's this little kiddo saying? Here, I'll use my phone. Hang on. Okay. He says to his daughter, I want to watch Lono. She says, no. I want to watch... You'll have to interpret. And he's like, I want to watch Lono. She's like, no, you can't watch Lono. Hey, man. You got to let her watch what she wants to watch, bro. She's in charge. It's clear. It's crystal clear. It's crystal clear that little cute baby's in charge. She's running the show. I still feel like she needs to pay, and I don't like her. I hated playing with her. Yeah, I don't get why you would think she needs to pay. Once you see the other side of things, it's like she literally avenged her dad. Like a daughter losing her dad. Like I don't know. Rockstar's teams are still promoting the GTA 6 2025 release date. Okay, I know about the LinkedIn post. Yo, Tommy Hendy, you guys are late. That's days old. That's a days old story. Another weigh-in here from one of the guys over there at Larian, Cromwell. He says, so Xbox games, included in Game Pass are reportedly expecting to lose up to 80% of their expected premium sales. He says, immediately everyone draws parallels with TV, a famously passive medium wherein games are decidedly the exact opposite. Anyone who thinks games should chase the economics of film and TV is an obviously destructive force. Jez replied and said, free-to-play games can expect to lose 100% of their premium game sales. Think of the children. Huh? I don't really understand your point, given that free-to-play games generate sales for the developer, whereas subscription games are proven to detract from sales. Yeah, I would say that's a false equivalency. It's also not the same because you're dealing with something that needs to be subsidized. Free-to-play games subsidize with microtransactions, and free-to-play games that fail and go away because of that reason. I don't know. Let's take some more questions here. P-Dub H-Town says, not a question, just wanted to say I'm glad I found this channel during the ABK stuff. You're an integral part of my day, and your live shows help me with my bi-weekly chemo treatments. Oh, man, stay in the ring, man. Fight that fight, bro. Man, that's tough. But I'm glad you got a place to listen and hang out while you're going through that, dude. Free-to-play games are free because of microtransactions. Yeah, it's a totally different economic structure of support and subsidization. That's a hard word to say, subsidization. It's totally different, yeah. Putting a really expensive AAA game onto Game Pass that typically and historically relies on sales, yeah, I would say that's economically not the same as a free-to-play game. Wait, what is this saying? Not a single developer from PlayStation did extra help for Black Myth Wukong. No optimization, publishing, even special thanks, not even tied to Sony, whereas many NVIDIA, AMD, Epic devs are listed in the detailed credits. Silent Hill 2, Stalker 2, Oto, Xbox, PS5 and Xbox exclusives. Yeah, I don't think that's definitive. There's been enough people that have said PlayStation helped to say that they helped. I would take that to the bank. There's too many people that have said that PlayStation helped for that to not be true. There's a lot of people that have said that's what they have heard, that they were helping with optimization. So you played and you beat part 2, and the whole game was a struggle for me because I didn't care about Abby. I didn't care about her story. I just wanted Ellie to finish her off. So when you get to the other side of the story, though, and you see that Joel needlessly killed her dad, right? Joel was clearly in a position of he could have shot him in the leg and got away, right? There was no way that doctor was a threat. right? Like, the whole point of the story, I think, is for you to see how you get blinded by what you think is the right path. Like, Joel is in there defending Ellie, and that justifies what he does. And then Abby justifies what she does because you killed her dad, right? Like, the whole point is that it's just this endless cycle. There's not supposed to be some clear-cut right or wrong there. There it is. Charles Hawk did it. He upgraded the Member Plus. I appreciate you going great lengths to do that. That counts as 2 memberships, Charles. Thank you, man. I actually don't agree with the take that Joel ended humanity or got rid of the cure. That's actually not true. That's not canon. If you go through the hospital and you listen to the tapes, they were not even confident that it would work. You can't claim definitively that Joel killed generations of persons because he got rid of the cure. They weren't even sure that it was going to work. Yeah, he doomed the human race. No, he didn't. If you go through and listen to the cassette tapes, you're not supposed to draw the conclusion that this was a guaranteed thing and he ruined it. They weren't even sure. They were they were not like, oh yeah, it's totally going to work. They were like, this might work. It was that they were gambling with her life. I think it's completely wrong to conclude that, like, oh, he doomed them. Druckmann has confirmed the cure would work. I don't care what he confirmed. That's not what the game communicates to the player. They don't communicate that to the player. You go through and you listen to the cassette tapes, and that doctor is not at all like, yeah, this is 100% guaranteed going to work. They're doubting whether or not they should even do it. The people in that room are gambling with her life according to the canon. Now, Druckmann wants to come behind and say, oh no, yeah, the cure would have worked. That's extra canonical. That's not in the game. That's external to the game. He can claim that all he wants. The game does not communicate that. It's definitely not true. Plus, they had no way to make it on a grand scale, let alone deliver it. America, as we know it, was broken, and there was no competent transportation system. Yeah, like, did they have the technology to duplicate it, to replicate it, to distribute it? Like, they didn't even know if it was going to work. When you go in that room, according to the story and according to the lore, everybody involved is gambling with Ellie's life, and they don't tell her. They are gambling with her life, and they're also liars. They don't tell her that she is going to die. It's a lie of omission. They're no different than they are. That is such a great function of the story. They're no different than Joel. They're no different than Joel. They don't tell Ellie the truth. They don't tell her the truth. So it's like they're just as wrong. You put her to sleep, letting her think, oh yeah, this is totally gonna work. I'm gonna wake up and be a savior, and that's not the case. They lie to her, and they're gambling. They lie to her in 2 different ways. She thinks she's gonna usher in the cure, which they don't know if that's true or not, and she doesn't think she's gonna die. Yeah, they have to take it out of her brain. Like, they basically are going to take the thing out of her brain, which would kill her. Yes. And a gifted from Mr. Grimm. Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Polar Bear, is that an upgrade or is that a renewal? I will readily admit he took away their chance, and what he did was selfish. I don't think you're supposed to think that his decision was like as pure as the driven snow. Right? But you are not supposed to conclude that, like, they were the heroes and he's the bad guy. They lied to Ellie in 2 different ways. That's an upgrade. Mr. Polar Bear upgrades to Member Plus. There we go. 321. Thank you very much. Google's y'all's friend. I don't care what Druckmann said in interviews, Eugene. I'm going based off the game. what they say in the game, what they communicate in the game. The game clearly communicates they weren't confident it was going to work, and they make it seem as though it's going to work. That's a lie. To Ellie, they're lying to Ellie. They don't tell Ellie she's going to die. That's another lie. They lie to her in two different ways. You are not supposed to roll credits on that game and think, oh man, Joel killed the heroes. No, he killed a bunch of liars that were gambling with someone's life, hoping that it might work. And the main thing you're supposed to conclude is what Ellie concludes in the second game. You took the choice away from me. You took the choice away from me. What Joel should have done is he should have held everybody at gunpoint and made them wake her up and made them tell her and let her make the choice. Right? Lack of confidence doesn't equal it not working. Yeah, you're correct. You're also shadowboxing. I didn't say that it wasn't going to work. They're not confident that it would work. The characters within the story are what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about some objective potential future. According to all of the information that Joel had, according to all the information that the doctor had, they had no confidence in it working. Ergo, you can't conclude that Joel ruined humanity's shot at survival. His information and the doctor's information at that time was, we have no idea if it's going to work or not. Oh, and by the way, we didn't tell her she's going to die. So Joel's actions can only be based off that information. You can't judge Joel's actions off of extra canonical information from Neil Druckmann. You only can judge his actions within the confines of the story. Within the confines of the story, Joel and the doctor are both on the same page of, we don't even know if it's going to work, and you didn't tell her that she's going to die. So you get out of my frickin' way. I'm getting her out of here. The mistake that Joel made was he didn't give her a choice. He should have rescued her, told her the truth, and been like, if you want to go back in there, you can. That's what Ellie took issue with. Ellie didn't take issue with like, oh, you condemned humanity. Just because he doesn't know the impact of his decision doesn't mean his decision didn't result in that. Again, the only way you can conclude that is through extra canonical information from Neil Druckmann. The game didn't communicate that to you. You didn't roll credits on that game if you listened to all the cassette tapes in the hospital. You didn't roll credits on The Last of Us Part 1 and think, well, yeah, they were going to heal humanity and Joel ruined it. We don't trust the creator's own art. I trust the game and the story to tell me what I needed to know. And when I rolled credits on The Last of Us Part 1, I thought, holy frick, that would have been an impossible decision. They lied to her. They didn't even know if it was going to work or not. And Joel made a decision in the moment to say, I'm getting you the frick out of here. They're gambling with your life. You could wake up, you're going to be dead, and it might not even work. It's a core aspect of our society. We judge people's actions based on what happened and not what they thought at the time. No, that's not a core aspect of our society. If a guy thinks his kid is in danger and he charges in the room and he thinks this guy is going to kill my kid and he charges in the room and saves the kid's life, you're not going to be like, oh, what an evil person. You'd be like, well, no, of course he did what he did. Of course, he thought the kid was going to be killed. Like, and she was going to be killed. She forgot. All right, hang on a second. I take a picture from my wife and send it to her. They're at the eye therapy thing. He killed an entire hospital full of people. Yeah, again, I'm judging his actions within the confines of the story. Druckmann can come from behind and be like, oh no, yeah, it was going to work. I don't care about that. That's Joel didn't know that. Neither did the doctor. The doctor willfully lied to Ellie in two significant ways. Therefore, the doctor's not some hero gunned down in a moment of heroism of like, oh, he was going to save humanity. He didn't know that. If I think that you have a bomb that's going to blow up a building and kill a bunch of kids because that's what I've been given, that's the information I've been given, and I charge in the room and you're like, oh, no, it's only going to do that. And I blow you away thinking I'm saving the building. You can't be like, oh, yeah, what a horrendous, terrible murderer you are. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, but the difference is, Eugene, is he thought he was saving her because he was. Joel was correct in thinking, I'm saving her from being murdered. That's the problem that always leaves the room in this equation, Eugene, and you always remove this from the equation. They were murdering Ellie. What they were about to do was murder. If your doctor told you, hey, we're gonna put you to sleep, we're gonna extract some bone marrow, and it's gonna save an entire group of people in this hospital, and you're like, oh, great, and they put you to sleep and they chop your head off, and they didn't tell you that that's what they needed to do, that's murder. Joel literally stops a murder from happening. Who cares if it was gonna save humanity? They were gonna murder her. They lied to her and we're going to kill her. That's murder. So you can't be like, oh, but Joel, but the greater good and all, it was going to save people. Not according to the tapes. Nobody knew that. Doesn't change his results and his actions for the world. Both are true. That's extra canonical and I don't care about that. I don't. That would be like the director for Ghost of Tsushima coming out and saying, well, actually, his uncle could have gone back and appealed, and you didn't have to fight him. So, yeah, you ended his life needlessly. That's stupid. That's not in the frickin' game. So to come in from the outside and be like, the tapes cast doubt, the doctor had doubts, nobody knew if this was going to work or not, and you want to come from behind and be like, oh, no, but it would have worked. Oh, shut the frick up, Neil. That's not in the game. That's not in the game. That, in my opinion, that's a disrespect of his own art to come from behind and do that. The whole point at the end is you're supposed to feel this torn sense of the world is gray. There's no rigid, bright lines here at all. Who was right? Who was wrong? I don't know. And you want to come from behind and disrespect that and say, oh, no, yeah, it would have worked. That's not in the game. It isn't in the game. There's no infrastructure at the time to distribute it. There's no infrastructure at the time to duplicate it and to replicate it. They're running on fumes everywhere. I gotta take a picture of this for my daughter. Hang on one second. All right. In the name of science, it's never murder? Yes, it is. If she's not properly informed, it's murder. You can't dress that up. You can't dress that up. A new report regarding the sales figures of the Series X shows concerning news from Microsoft's current generation of consoles. The Xbox Series X and S only sold 767,000 units during November versus the 4.1 million PS5 units sold and 1.7 million Switch. Jeepers. It's from Oscar. I don't think Oscar's been here in a really long time. Oscar's the one who sent the under the table pedals. What do you expect when you make the console obsolete? I'm curious what Game Rant's opinion of this is, though. Hang on. What could this mean going forward? Okay, what do they say? Microsoft has previously admitted that the Xbox lost console wars. While the company's been aggressive in buying out and acquiring major developers over its games, it hasn't gone well for its console units. Industry insider Matt Piscatella previously claimed that the Xbox Series X and S was doing well despite low sales. And while this might prove true, as lifetime sales are around 31 million, it still shows that the Xbox hardware hasn't spoken as much to possible consumers as the other consoles this generation. Granted, Microsoft has admitted several times that Xbox is not focused on console sales. Part of Xbox's strategy is to just build great games, with an even bigger highlight of digital libraries, cloud gaming, with Game Pass enjoying and growing a healthy number of subscribers. No, it's not. Coupled with many game releases, the company has etched a nice space wherein it can succeed well in the video game industry. With rumors that some of the more exclusive titles will be coming to other consoles in the near future, it could lead to different direction for Xbox and Microsoft. It's only a matter of time before Microsoft decides. That's nothing. That's just opinion based off of the sales reports numbers, and it's nothing that we haven't said 1,000 times here. Nice distraction from everything going on in LA. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you for being here, Mark. Stay safe out there. All right. It's an under the table. I wonder what kind of batteries this uses. Hopefully I didn't just break this. I think that was supposed to come out. Yeah, I'll need a AAA battery for it. Yo, DK Beggar with a single gifted member, keeping the member count going as you guys keep extending every day, man, more and more. Thank you so much. It goes to Mr. Grimm. Mr. Grimm gets it gifted. He's been gifting members, and now he gets it gifted. Here, I wanted to answer this question because I saw this, and I did want to say some things about this. So I'm being asked the question from Melrose Mike. Lono, any thoughts on Destin leaving IGN? At one level, I think that will be more common going forward. I think a lot of folks are going to leave some of the outfits and places that they are. For me personally, I was friends with Destin. I've had meals with him, like at the one year at E3, we had lunch together, walked around together, and he was always very kind to me. He had me on Fire Team chat numerous times. I never felt personally or like directly slighted or attacked by him when everything happened, when I got canceled in 2020. I know he like deleted all the episodes that I was on and like had a moment of silence for the quote-unquote victims on his channel. And I always felt that that was kind of chintzy and unnecessary and a little silly, but I don't hold any ill will for him. If he is going to make an effort to do facts-based, truth-based coverage, great. I celebrate fresh starts. I support fresh starts. I literally replied to his tweet and said that. I don't know if he ever saw it. He probably has me muted. But if that's what he's going to do, great. I think he's going to have to resist the temptation to fall prey to access journalism because he's got a probably pretty extensive book of contacts and connections. And he'll just have to be cognizant of that. He'll have to be cognizant of the fact that, like, if you fall prey to access journalism, then that will affect you being truthful. It will shade your coverage and things. You know, he's been in the industry a long time. He has. He's been in the industry a long time. So some of his coverage as of late and some of his takes as of late, I felt were very, you know, I think very biased and very slanted. I think everybody falls into that at times. And if that changes, I think that would be good. If it continues and it feels very much like a shifting goalposts of narratives and trying to make Xbox look better than it is and all the stuff that happened with some of his coverage there, then I would say that won't work long term. From a business perspective, I actually think he stands to be more successful if that stuff stops. He has a huge connection with Xbox. Yeah, I mean, if that continues, if the sort of pro Xbox slant continues, and framing things in the way that sometimes things were framed, I actually think that'll work against him. I think there are far more people now that they're unwilling, I think, to support that kind of thing. I think they're going to want it to be sort of purified from that kind of stuff. So his first interview after leaving IGN is with Phil Spencer. That says a lot of what he wants to do as an independent YouTuber. No, it doesn't. Not until we see it. Not until we see it. I actually thought when he interviewed Phil Spencer at Gamescom, he asked really good questions. Phil's answers are going to be Phil's answers. But I actually felt like when he did that Gamescom interview, he asked the right questions. It was like, yo, those are good questions to ask. Phil's the one that answered in the way that he did. My issue from that Gamescom interview was with Phil, not with Destin. Destin actually asked the question. He asked about the situation with Baldur's Gate 3 and the Series S and parity. You know what I'm saying? If he skewers Phil, I don't think he's going to skewer him. You have to remember that anytime you do an interview like that, Phil is 100% going to be like, look, man, you can't ask about X, Y, and Z. And it's respectful to not do that. I don't expect it to be like a Diane Sawyer hit piece of like he's going to like, you know, crack him wide open metaphorically. But I felt like he did a great job in that Gamescom interview. Think about it like this. The only reason, I'll say it. One of the main reasons that Baldur's Gate 3 came to Xbox and the parity clause was dropped is because Destin asked the question. Track with the logic. If Destin would have avoided that question because maybe he thought it was too harsh or maybe he thought it was too invasive to ask about parity and to ask about the Series S and the situation with Baldur's Gate 3, if he would have avoided that question because he just wanted to give him softballs, that might not have happened. Because Phil Spencer's answer is the reason that a day later, Larian was like, no, you're going to take Baldur's Gate 3 without parity. We're tired of this crap. You made an old people reference, Lono. You confused the kids. Sorry. Seriously. I take one rose out of the bouquet of flowers and I give that flower to Destin. I say, you know what? You were a part of this happening. That's why we have Phil, I think, giving a bad answer, and I think passively blaming Larian, and I think that was a huge cause in Larian responding the way that they did. And Destin could have totally sat down in that interview and just totally gave him softballs, and he didn't. So I will happily watch that interview. Well, I might have to pay. I don't know if I'm going to pay, but I would happily watch an interview like that if I feel like, he's going to actually ask good questions. Yeah, Phil threw Larian under the bus. I didn't expect, Destin to get combative in that interview and be like, oh, so are you blaming Larian? I didn't expect that. I thought he did perfectly fine. He was professional. I don't like how Destin has framed some things. I don't like how he's covered some things. I would have loved for him to have, maybe he could do it now. If he wants to do things about truth and he wants to do things about facts, then interview me. Interview me. I'll happily talk to you about everything that's happened and how much of it was completely made up and fabricated and not true. You want to do some fact finding, you want to do some truth finding, interview me. Pay me that courtesy after all those years of friendship, and maybe you misfired. Maybe you shouldn't have deleted those episodes of me, and maybe you should have looked into it more, right? I don't hold ill will, but it's like, hey, man, I'll talk to you. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody about that. Oh, there's styrofoam on this. Here's your pedals. You put your foot in the pedal like that. Bruv, you been called out? What you talking about? Let's put another question up here. Khalid says, Lono, it's been eternity, man. When are we going to have From Fridays back? Our safety depends on it. Huh? What are you talking about? New motion controls? That's right. I want GTA 6 right now. Oh, I think we all do. Please see my last. As we get closer to Avowed, I'm going to become more and more delusional, so I'm going to start here. They'll figure out how to get 60 on the X. I did pre-order on Steam just in case. I love you, Lone Wolf. This man said they're gonna get it. They're gonna get it. Well, I actually still ordered it on the Steam though. Pre-ordered on Steam. Couple of Fools replayed your Xbox take. Oh, isn't he the guy that found himself, he's like a former pony or whatever? Oh, did he react to, I think I talked about how the value was subjective and like it had a greater value for him because I've been with Xbox since the beginning, so I have found this generation to be far less exciting, and like he gets to come in and kind of enjoy everything all at once. Did he react to that? He seems like a nice guy. I'm assuming he wasn't toxic. I thought his video about Phil Spencer leaving him a message was funny. Yeah. Okay. I mean, am I right in assuming that he was probably nice? He doesn't strike me as a kind of guy that would be like unkind and insulting. That doesn't seem to be his vibe. I liked his video where he said that, you know, that thank buddy, where he responded to Phil. He responded to Phil and said thank buddy. He's a cool guy. Yeah, he seems nice. He reminds me, they're not even remotely the same at all, but he kind of reminds me of Doc Dark. Like there's just no malice. Like he just doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would go on the attack. What's his? I forget what. Couple of Fools is his name. He says, PlayStation fanboy Reforge Gaming makes no sense. My response. Well, he is calling me a fanboy. He can say I make no sense. But calling me a fanboy is not necessarily nice, but I've been called worse, I suppose. Oh. 50-50 shot, and I guessed right. The larger foot goes in the back. I think you should start challenging people for boxing. You'll get as rich as Jake Paul. I don't think I would be a particularly good boxer. I don't have any reach. I don't have any reach. Like, I could bulk up, beef up, get strong, and have a killer right hook. It ain't gonna matter if I can't reach. I would not be a very good boxer. I'd probably be better at like the short range fights, you know? Where you can like grab a hold of them like a spider monkey and like wrap them up and drop them to the ground. Boxing, I'd be in big trouble. All they need is like an extra inch or two of reach and I'll never get in there. That's what killed Tyson in that fight. That 100% hurt Tyson in that fight. He couldn't get in. Jake had so much reach on him. Yeah, Lono Mayweather, yeah. How do you put these on? I must be missing something. Oh, they probably just spin right in. This is the right one. I could see Lono playing table tennis or pickleball. Hey, we played pickleball. I know pickleball is like all the rage now. It's like super, all of a sudden like super popular and like everybody's playing it. It's always funny how those things happen. How's this going? Oh, I got it. A lot of boxers are short. I guess. Anyways, frick. We played pickleball in high school gym and we loved it. The gym teacher was like so shocked that he let us do, like, we were supposed to switch to something else after so many weeks or something like that. I can't remember what we were supposed to switch to. But he let us switch. I mean, he let us stay on pickleball. Because we liked it so much that he was like, well, I mean, you guys like it this much, we'll just keep doing it or whatever. It was awesome. They, like, set up nets in the gymnasium, and we played right there in the gym. Like, we played doubles. It was awesome. Reforge Roast, what's good, MTO? Boxing shorter people is the worst. They're always so fast. I try to tell people that think, you know, they'll talk a big game about like fighting like a short guy like me. And I'm like, you have to understand something. A lot of the big guys that you interact with, they've never had to fight because everybody is just sort of naturally scared of them. It's like, if you're little, you have to fight. If it's your first night at Fight Club, you have to fight. I'm trying to get this stupid pedal on. I think I got it tight enough. Yep. Okay. There's one. We got one pedal on. Okay. We're going to get the other one on. This will be we'll make this a member incentive. You can make me pedal on stream. Not that I need to lose any weight, but it's good for your blood pressure and circulation to be more physically active than I've been. I need to get back on the bike. I miss it. I miss it. The big thing is I got to get hooked by a show and like make that the time I watch the show. It's got to be like something that Madam would hate. Preach. I'm 6'5", never had to throw a punch in my life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Survival of the fittest. You know what I mean? You've never had to try. You've never had to fight. When you're little, dude, you're getting in fights all the time. It's like you don't have a choice. Hang on. Ouch. Here we go. Broken Lobo, my man, with a question here in this little late day AMA. He says, how do they approach combat that's grounded in realism while allowing I don't know what this wrench is doing. While allowing Ellie to be effective. A prosthetic? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Sekiro arm? I don't know if it'll matter that much. Isn't it just a finger? It's just a finger, isn't it? I ain't punching a 6'5" dude. Yeah, I wouldn't pick a fight with a 6'5" dude either. All right, let's give it a try, chat. Okay. Oscar sent this years ago at this point. I think you're supposed to do this with shoes on. It's too... Yeah, my feet are slipping around. Let me see if my slippers will fit in here. A 6-foot tall basketball person? Frickin'. I am Mighty Keith. Frickin'. I'll need shoes, bro. Great. You already ruined them with your foot odor. Oh, this is terrible. It's not. It's almost like it's too loose. Like I can't get it to like give me any resistance. Yeah, I think it's broke. The thing that's supposed to apply tension... Oh, no, there it goes. Ah, frick. Yeah, there we go. That's better. I gotta keep my hands up so nobody thinks I'm doing anything weird. Yeah, this is super awkward. It's not very smooth at all. It's terrible. It's like, I think maybe it sat in the package for too long. So it's like, it goes and then it stops and it goes and then it stops. It's like it's snagging. I'm assuming it's something inside. Maybe it needs some oil or something. What's going on here? It's an under the desk pedaling thing that Oscar sent a really long time ago. I wonder if the date's on here. I can't read this close anymore. I'm so freaking old. 2021. April of 2021. Yeah, it's been sitting in that box for 4 years almost. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't feel good. Like, I go super, super fast on my is it a Schwinn that my wife got me? I love it. Just pedal as fast as I can. Add a little resistance for like the last mile. That thing is not at all smooth. Yeah, I don't think they're going to have a problem with Ellie's combat. Back to Lobo's question. Just because she lost a finger, right? I mean, plenty of stories where you lose a finger and they keep going. You know what I mean? One of those senior chair peddlers. Yeah. Oscar sent it to me 4 years ago, and I just never got it out of the box to try. The Elder Scrolls 6 teaser from E3 2018 is officially older than Skyrim was when it was released. What? Hook it up to a battery pack and save money. She lost 2. She lost 2? I thought she lost 1. I mean, I don't know. I still think that'd be fine. I mean, she uses a bow and arrow and melee weapons and guns. Is it her primary? Isn't her left? Right? Because doesn't she go to play the guitar and she can't do the chords, so it's her left. Well, that goes underneath. That goes forward. Lost middle and ring right. I thought it was her left because she goes to play the guitar and she can't do the chords. Am I misremembering the end? It's her left hand. Yeah, she can't do the chords. So she could, as long as she still got her thumb, she could still do a bow and arrow because she could still hold it forward. Yeah, if it's her left hand, melee no problem. She can hold a pipe or a bat or whatever the frick here. Gun, she can still go underneath and stabilize, still go forward and stabilize. Bow and arrow, she can still hold and draw back. Oh, you were saying as in right. Yeah. I'm not sure which finger specifically, but as long as she's still got her thumb and her forefinger, she should be fine for most of the weapons, I would think. If you lose thumb, that's a game changer. You lose forefinger, that's a game changer. She would have a really hard time shooting like a bow. They'd have to like, retrofit the bow with something so she could like just hold it with her fingers somehow. She needs a prosthetic? Why would she need a prosthetic though? Like right now, if I lost these 2 fingers, right, I could still hold a bow. I could still stabilize a gun. Again, she's right-handed, so shooting a gun, she's ready to go, and she's ready to pull back an arrow, and she's ready to hold a melee weapon. As someone who's never played the games, the entire show has been ruined for me over the years watching the show. Oh, the entire game? Shows her pinky and ring? Hang on. Which fingers did Ellie lose? Yeah. She's totally fine. These three are the most important for everything she does in combat. How does she grip the gun and handle the butt? Well, again, with missing pinky and ring, she can totally put her hand forward and stable a rifle or a shotgun. She can totally bring her hand under for stabilization of a handgun. And she can totally take those two fingers and her thumb and hold a bow forward and draw back with her good hand. The two she lost are the two to lose. If somebody was basically like, listen, I'm taking two of your fingers, you get to choose which ones, I would be like, I'd go to my non-dominant hand and be like, yeah, I guess take the pinky and the ring finger. I'll figure it out. Because I'm left-handed for writing and drumming, but I'm right-hand dominant. Right-footed in soccer, right-handed in throwing a ball. Like a football or a baseball. She undoubtedly loses dexterity. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yo, could we get 25 more likes in the video? We're super, super close to that 400 milestone, man. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button today. Let's take another question. Spider Sensa says, love your Tlu takes, and I agree on most of what you said, even with my hate of the second game. But how do you think Ellie will redeem herself in the next one? Maybe die for a cure for real now? Yeah, I don't know. The final scene of Tlu 3 being her, being put under like anesthesia or something, being put to sleep or whatever, I could see that being the end of like that's her being at peace. I could see them doing that. I feel like that would be a little contrived to make that the theme of the third game. Like, oh, we're finally going to get the cure. I feel like what would be better would be for her to end up with either end up saving Abby somehow. Or, I don't know. I feel like bringing her and Abby back together in the right way could be really good. I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't really know what the story arc would be. Go out in a blaze of glory. But a blaze of glory for who and against what? I almost wonder if you need to introduce a new bad, like a new big bad, and she has to work with Abby. I don't know. Her and Abby will be hunted down for sure. Yeah, you can always introduce a new baddie, a new uber threat. They did that in The Walking Dead pretty effectively with, you had the cannibals, then you had Negan. Then you had what were they called? The Whispers. Do you think Tlu 3 will be the first cross-gen exclusive? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that'll probably be a launch title for PS6. Yeah. Intergalactic will get us past. Will get us by. The wolves should have been wiped out by the scars. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of a new threat emerging, something that hasn't been discussed, right? A faction that we're unaware of. Introducing that faction and them working together to save Dina. And who's the kid that, what's the name of the kid that Abby saves at the end as well? What if you make Ellie and Abby work together to save Dina, the baby, and then whatever the name of the kid was that ends up with Abby at the end? I think you've almost got to pull somebody in from out of the frame that's not been in the game or the story, some faction that you're not aware of that's like really organized. Lev, yeah. Have the story twist and turn to where you end up having to work together. At some point, some factions should have emerged that are more than just locals. Yeah. The story could be something happens to Abby's people, which Ellie's love interest gets caught up into. Abby goes to Ellie to look for help. I don't even know if they would seek each other out. I think it would be a very begrudging collaboration. I don't think either one of those women would seek the other out. I think it would be a matter of, we don't have a choice here. We got to work together. We have to put our differences aside. You want to get Dina back, I want to get Lev back. Let's figure this the frick out. And then you could have, missions where you play as one or the other, or maybe you do really cool. I don't know if you could make it co-op. I know I'm always screaming like co-op would be so fun, but games where it's like it's co-op, but it's just you, and you get to switch between, like, one person distracts and you switch to the other, and the other person does something. Maybe stuff like that. Some of the stuff from like Plague Tale Requiem and Plague Tale where you like direct the person to do something, that could be good. Yeah. I think forcing them to work together would be a perfectly good story. I think it would be excellent because there could be some crazy conversations between the two of them. There could be some really good scenes between Ellie and Abby, like understanding that like neither of us were really in the wrong. We were just trying to make it. We're just trying to survive. Do you think she'll still be beefy? I actually think that softening her up a bit would be good. I actually think there's a couple of scenes near the end where she's not so grizzled and she looks a little bit more feminine. She's actually, I think she's pretty. She's a pretty, the character, the face model is actually a pretty person. So I don't know, you could soften her up a little bit so it isn't so exaggerated. Yeah. Just don't give me a hard skill reset halfway through the game. Yeah, that we talked about that earlier. Somebody asked like what were some of the things I didn't like about it, and that was one of the things. I don't like the pacing of how they make you play as Abby. I'll always kind of stand by that. I appreciated that it was brave, but I think it wasn't the right choice. I would have chosen differently. I hope she stays the same. Yeah, I don't care if she bulks back up, but I think softening her a little bit would be effective in sort of subversively allowing the viewer to also soften to her, because there are probably people that still don't like her. Her physique is practical in the world she lives in. It is, but I also think if you're going to do something to where she's suddenly working with Ellie, and it's supposed to be more of like, okay, maybe she's not so bad. Let me just check in something here. Okay. I don't care either way. I liked the way that she looked. I thought it worked within the story. It worked within the setting that she would have become, a bulked up monster, and she was highly motivated. And again, I think near the end, there's a couple of scenes where I'm like, she's actually kind of pretty. Like, she's actually kind of feminine. She's not busty. She certainly isn't busty, but her face is not this horrible Uggo thing that people always make her. They get the worst possible screenshots, They did it with Aloy. They do it with, pretty much any character. They did it with the girl from Fable. Neil said the story of The Last of Us will always be about the story of Joel and Ellie. Joel's presence will play a huge part if they do that as flashbacks. Well, I think making her pair up with Abby would make that central to the story. It would totally make it, you know, about him. Bruv Nation awaits your response. Oh, the couple of fools guy that made his video. I'm not gonna respond to somebody who calls me a PlayStation fanboy. I didn't name call. I was respectful in everything I said about him. I'm not interested. I think the softening up would only happen because she doesn't have access to food and gym equipment like she did on the base. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe. She couldn't bulk up. I feel like her physique made no sense in a struggling world. How would she get the protein? Did you see the establishment they had? They were better set up than everybody else. They were really established, man. They had trained dogs and everything. Her group was crazy organized. So yeah, she would have had access to weights and lifting and a good diet. She's like a petite little kid before her in the scene in the hospital. I don't even think she's that big yet, right? I don't think she's big in the scene in the hospital where the alarm's going off. They've got that in the trailer for season 2. I don't even think she's big there yet. Yeah, she's got a gym. She's like a leader. She's like leading an army. Yeah. She has first access to the food. Yeah, she gets like preferential treatment. Yeah. I thought they did a pretty good job establishing that, like, their group was set up. Their group was set up really well. Dude's wondering how she was getting her steroids. I mean, her physical body is based off of a real person that I don't think is on steroids or anything like that. We never questioned how every baddie faction in video games have brutes and heavies. Let's now dissect how Abby gets buff. That's true. Every post-apocalyptic game has brutes somehow. All of a sudden we're going to dissect, you know, how much creatine did she have access to? Oh, that's good. That's funny. Is my trailer 2 waiting room VOD still pulling views? Oh my gosh. Stupid. Oops, hang on. This guy left a comment and said that I don't understand how quick resume works. It doesn't work on multiplayer games. It also doesn't work on other games. I've had quick resume on my Xbox glitch on more than Fortnite. Fortnite literally opened and was working just fine, and it glitched out the menu. My son could have totally joined my game. Everything was working in Fortnite. Quick resume 100% worked. I'm waiting for the next waiting room. Quick resume worked. It quick resumed Fortnite, and he totally could have joined my Lego Fortnite game, but the menu got borked and he couldn't change his character. Oh, this guy's an idiot. He's dumb as a brick. You don't know that it doesn't work with multiplayer games? It did work with multiplayer games, you dolt. It just didn't work for the whole part of it. And I've had it glitch out on other games. It glitched out on my daughter. She was playing Unravel 2, and it caused things to act funky. And then she was playing Little Kitty Big City, and it caused some weird behavior in the game. I've had to consistently reboot games for my daughter. Anytime she was playing Game Pass games, quick resume caused them to glitch out and act funny. And PlayStation has quick resume if you used rest mode, so who the frick cares? Like, people act like that Xbox's quick resume is some killer feature. What? It doesn't work if you're in a match or a session. He wasn't in a match or a session. He was just in the lobby of the Fortnite Lego game, and he could have 100% joined my game. Everything else was working. He went into his locker to change what his character looked like, and the menu was all borked. And I'm telling you, it's something to do with menus and navigating menus. That's what it always was. I remember my daughter was trying to do something in Little Kitty Big City, and she couldn't like go over to the thing. It like wouldn't let her. And we rebooted the game and it fixed it. And something happened with Unravel. Like she couldn't, I forget what it was. She couldn't grab something, and I grabbed the thing, couldn't grab it. We rebooted the game and then it fixed it. I don't know. Maybe it's just specific games. Maybe like little less polished indie titles like that have glitches with it or something. I don't know. All I know is acting like quick resume is a great feature on the Xbox Series X when my PlayStation 5 does it too. I just have to put it into rest mode, and I can literally, I did it just yesterday, booted my thing back up, and I was right back in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I should have a preview for you. Well, I don't know if we're going to have a preview now, because if Creature's going to be back to full strength tomorrow or not. Yeah, sometimes it bugs out, and acting like, oh, it only happened in Fortnite because it's a multiplayer game, you're an idiot. It's like, no, it's happened in other games as well. The irony of calling me a fanboy when people are acting like that's a killer feature. Really? Like, okay, I mean, it's not a feature that you have as a one-up over the PS5, because the PS5 does the same dadgum thing. You literally come out of rest mode, I click on my username, just like on Xbox, click on my username, I click on the game that I was last playing, and I'm immediately back in there. No wait, no delay, no nothing, no loading. Even if I don't use rest mode and completely close the game, it does not take but a few seconds for my PS to resume my game. There is one thing about Space Marine 2 that I will say that I didn't like. The loading is ridiculous sometimes. It's because so much of the game is needing online. I mean, it's unbelievable how long it takes to load sometimes. Space Marine 2's biggest hindrance is the load. It's like, oh my gosh, dude, just let me in the dadgum game. It's like surprising how slow the loading is in Space Marine 2. Because if you play any other game, there's like no loading screens anymore. Like games like Tsushima, no loading screens, nothing. You can't even see the tips anymore, like the tips and the hints. So it's like Space Marine 2 is like, what is happening? Having multiple games cache is the point of quick resume. You're a liar and you know it. I own both. Xbox quick resume is seamless. Stop the divide between systems. They have its pros and cons. I'm not lying to you. I have literally had my Xbox quick resume act up. Why would I lie about that? Am I out here click farming and rage farming with the video about how like Xbox quick resume is broke? Like seriously, think about it. What do I have to gain by claiming that I have issues with quick resume sometimes? Oh my gosh, what a scandalous, hateful fanboy thing to say. Get the frick over yourself. You're the fanboy getting tilted and upset because I said, yeah, I've had issues with quick resume sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't work right. Novahan says, my quick resume has given me issues on Xbox like many times. Right, there's other people in chat saying that it happens. I've got guys that main Xbox in chat saying that they have issues with it. Why would I lie about that? Why would they lie? Like, who cares? It's not that great of a feature is what I'm saying. Getting right back into a game immediately when it sometimes doesn't work right or causes an issue, and I have the same feature on my PlayStation. If you're trying to claim, that's what I was trying to point out. If you're trying to claim that it's a great feature over the PlayStation, I'm like, the PlayStation has the same feature. You just have to use rest mode. What are we even talking about? Lord Horg with a $5 super chat. I hate that about Space Marine 2. The loading sucks. I love the game though. Yes, lots of games have quick resume. Glitchy happens a lot. See what I'm saying? That's the irony, is the people that want to label me a fanboy, you're the fanboy. It's like, All I'm saying is the feature doesn't work all the time, and if you're doing one-to-one, pound for pound, the PlayStation 5 has the same thing. So if you're going to make a video and you're going to say, oh my gosh, I just love the Series X so much over my PlayStation, and you cite quick resume, it's like, well, did you ever use rest mode on your PlayStation? It's actually a great feature. Stop your BS. Rest mode is when you rest the system? Yes, and it gets the same result. What do you care if you use rest mode or not? What do I care? It's just a different oh, I hit the button and my PlayStation's orange light is glowing. Okay, I get the same result. I boot up the system and I'm right back into the game. You're acting like PlayStation doesn't have problems? No, I'm not acting like that. I've been very critical of things that PlayStation does, and I've even said that I prefer the UI on Xbox over PlayStation's UI. You're shadow boxing and straw manning. I didn't say that PlayStation doesn't have any problems. Once again, you're the one fanboying. Me simply saying the feature's not that great, it has issues sometimes, and I can get the same results on my PlayStation. Therefore, conclusion, that doesn't make it this big, huge one-up feature for Xbox versus PlayStation. Y'all are in here getting triggered and angry and calling me a liar. Who's the fanboy? Not me. I'm just being honest about my experience. It's like, you're not going to convince me to spend more time on the Series X with quick resume when I can get the same result on my PlayStation. Who cares? Like, I'm drawn by games and quality. And the entire reason that guy did a reaction video to me is because I said, yes, if you suddenly jump into the Xbox Series X 5 years into the gen and you get to enjoy an ocean of Game Pass games, you've not lived through the dark times of Xbox. You don't understand why 4 years into the gen, someone like myself stops using my Xbox, which was my main console, and started using my PlayStation more. You don't understand that because you're coming to PlayStation late. I'm sorry, you're coming to Xbox late. So, of course you think Xbox is great when you jump in 5 years in and you don't have to wait on the cadence of games. You get to boot up Game Pass and play Stalker 2 and Indiana Jones and Hi-Fi Rush and Forza Horizon. Just boom, 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 boom. You didn't have to wait 4 years to get 3 decent games. Like, my point was very fair to him. It was like, value is subjective. So yes, if you don't do anything with Xbox for 5 years and then you jump in, your experience is going to be different than mine. I mained Xbox. I couldn't wait for the Series X to come out. The cadence of first-party games was terrible. The quality of first-party games was terrible. They kept shipping games late. They kept shipping games at 30 FPS. They've been nothing but disappointment for 5 years. So of course you're going to come in late and get to skip over all the crap and have a better time. And then you're going to say, oh, Quick Resume's such a great feature. Not really. Not really. Pound for pound, point by point, it's not that great when you say, well, all you got to do is put your PlayStation in rest mode. Half these commenters weren't even born during our gaming struggles. Bunch of keyboard warriors. I dare them to buy a second-hand first, second-gen consoles and give it a go in comparison to today's devices. I'm not sure what you're saying, Andy. Quick Resume just feels like an evolution of rest mode. Yeah, like, if you want me to be compelled that, like, hey, Series X is great, Xbox is actually pretty great, well, of course you think that when you come in 5 years later, and you didn't have to suffer through 30 FPS Starfield at launch, Redfall at launch, which was a disaster regardless of 30 FPS or not. You didn't have to live through Halo Infinite. And looking forward, and I covered Halo Infinite a bunch, and we did community game nights with Halo Infinite. You didn't have to live through watching that game slowly die from ineptitude and destruction from Microsoft. So yeah, you want to strut into Xbox 5 years into the gen and act like I'm the fanboy because you're having a great time, and I'm like, well, yeah, of course you are. You missed out on 4 years of waiting and frustration and disappointment and terribleness. You missed out on all of that. So you want to call me a fanboy and put me in your video? You go right the frick ahead. I hope you continue to have a great time on Xbox. But there are some of us that have been with Xbox since the 360 era, and this has been an incredibly disappointing generation. Incredibly disappointing. So you want to call me a fanboy because I walked away from my main console because the last 4 years have been a joke and the market represents that with how poorly the device has sold? You go right ahead and call me a fanboy. I don't care. I'm just a consumer with standards. That's it. I have standards. And my main platform disappointed me for 4 years in a row, and I don't really turn it on anymore. Simple as that. If that makes me a fanboy, it sounds like you use labels because it's easier than accepting that maybe people are different than you. Like I did when I talked about him. I was like, value is subjective. Like his experience has been vastly different. So yeah, if you haven't been on Xbox in a decade and then you suddenly jump in and sign up for Game Pass, of course it's going to feel like you're swimming in an ocean of value. The same thing happened with Doc Dark. Doc was late, comes to gaming late, thinks Xbox is amazing, thinks Game Pass is amazing. And then what happened? Doc Dark had standards, and Xbox fell below those standards, didn't deliver games at 60, so he went to PC. It's virtually the same as my journey. It's like, I just hit that button earlier. I was like, I am not, this platform is not doing it for me anymore. This platform is not doing it for me anymore. And you're not going to convince me. You're not going to convince me that like a quick resume. Oh yeah, I'll go over there and play old games, second party and third party games on Game Pass, I guess, because quick resume's so good. Said he had standards, you don't, and you lack rational thinking. Have you falsified a single one of the things that I've claimed? I'm talking about my experience with Xbox, and it's so triggering to insecure people like you. You're insecure. You're like a little boy who, when someone says something you don't like, you just say, oh, well, you lack rational thinking. I lack rational thinking. I had an enormous library on Xbox that I built over the years from 360 into the Xbox One era, had a bunch of games in my backlog of backwards compatibility games that I played with my wife, memories of games that I played with my wife, born in co-op and Xbox arcade games, and I walked away from making that my main platform because they weren't delivering on what I was promised. They weren't delivering on what I was promised. You want to talk about rest mode? You know what you sound like? All those weirdos who coped with the lack of games the first 3 or 4 years, and they just talked about FPS boost. And the Series S has more 60 FPS games than the PlayStation because of FPS boost on backwards compatible games. You're talking about features. You know what I don't do when I boot up my PlayStation 5 Pro? I don't play features. I play games. So you can talk about quick resume or smart delivery or FPS boost all you want. There's no games over there. And the ones they ship aren't at quality. You go play your games at 30. Enjoy Avowed at 30. Enjoy Hellblade 2 at 30. Enjoy waiting for 60 FPS to come to Starfield and Redfall or Forza Motorsport to take like 7 months to fix itself. That's what you get on that platform. Games late and games not at quality. If that makes me a fanboy, I don't frickin' care. Because that's not what I was promised this gen. I was promised the Series X and Project Scarlet. I was promised heat and fire. I was promised amazing games at quality, and I didn't get it. That's it. It's that simple. And if you don't like that, I don't care. And if that makes you call me a name or call me a fanboy or say that I lack logical thinking, I don't care. That's what I did as a consumer. And if that's what you want to do as a consumer, you want to sit over there and act like everything's fine and act like Xbox hasn't visibly and tangibly deprioritized the console, you go right ahead. You'll wake up in a couple of years and realize that nobody was being a fanboy. People were just naturally magnetizing somewhere else because they weren't getting what they wanted. So there are people that have gone to PC. Doc went to PC. I've had a stronger magnetism to PlayStation. You're gonna figure it out just like everybody else has figured it out. Xbox doesn't care about the console. They don't. They don't. It's been deprioritized. They don't care. The sales are evidence of that. It's not important to them. They're literally pulling the console out of certain markets because they're not selling. They constrained Series X production for cloud. The reason lots of people couldn't get Series X's is because Xbox was voluntarily making less of them and using them for cloud server blades. And if you think cloud's going to save them, you're still playing on a Series S profile on cloud. Y'all out here being triggered. I don't hate PlayStation or Xbox. Both of these consoles are really good. No one's triggered. People came in and said I was lying, which I wasn't, and other people chimed in and said they had issues with Quick Resume. The only reason I said what I said about Quick Resume was, if you're actually trying to compare the devices, that's not a big win. It isn't. It's not a big win. It's like, all I got to do is put my PlayStation in rest mode, and I get the exact same result. So do you want to know what I do? That's what I do. I'm right back into my game right away the next time I want to play. No wait, no hesitation. Now you want to talk about like, well, Quick Resume is better and it puts other games in a Quick Resume state. Okay, fine. I've had issues with it. You're lying? You cannot prove I'm lying when other people are reporting the exact same thing. That's called corroborative empiricism. They're basically corroborating the claim and empirically showing that, like, look, these things happen. It has issues. No one's lying. You can't falsify my claim when it's been corroborated by other people. Like, it's a thing that happens. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying it has issues. It causes issues. It 100% does. See, that's the thing. You guys make it personal. Do you want to know why? Because you're insecure and you take it personal. I don't ever make it personal. I'm never like, you're an idiot for liking Xbox. I'm like, listen, that's what you want to do. Your value is subjective. If you think you're getting great value over there, great. That's not what I did. I went in a different direction. I did my job. I'm out. Who said that? You did your job, you're out. You are out. I don't want you here. If you want to come in here and have discussions, that's fine. If you came here from some other community in some pathetic attempt to get clips, listen, you're going to keep clipping me and you're going to keep talking about me because I'm more interesting than you are. That's the nature of this environment. You understand how this works? I'm not here talking about you. I'm not putting other content creators in my content. Do you want to know why? I don't need to. If your content has to crutch on the content of others, good, great, go. Just keep admitting that you have a creative impotence and you can't create your own content. You're not interesting enough. So if you want to come in here and get clips and get me all riled up and passionate, that's fine. My chat and stream love it. They think it's entertaining to watch me smack people like you around verbally. They think it's fun. And then you can run and hopefully get enough ad revenue to justify it. If your content's interesting enough, then you don't need to send people into my stream and come in here and try and get clips or try to goad me into saying things. If your content was interesting enough to stand on its own, you wouldn't be here doing this, or you wouldn't be sending people over here doing this. You wouldn't need to do that. Forget Quick Resume or PS Rest mode. Most of the hate towards the Xbox are from people who haven't even used an Xbox before. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I think a lot of the hate right now, at least the hate that I'm seeing from people, or the frustration, they're Xbox fans. Are you nuts? Have you checked Twitter? Go to Twitter and look at all of the LG TV announcements on Twitter and the This Is an Xbox. Most of the anger and rage and frustration I saw at the This Is an Xbox marketing campaign, it was coming from Xbox guys. They're like, what? What are you talking about? Does reporting clip farmers do anything? Why would you report them? Who cares? Who cares? Let them. My hate towards Xbox is because I was an Xbox owner. One of the reasons that I was able to passionately criticize Destiny for half of a decade is because I was invested in the game. I had characters in the game. I had a history with the game. One of the reasons I so passionately criticize Xbox is because of my history and my time with them. It's like, this doesn't come from a place of, and listen, let me take up for the people who think I'm just a grifter. That's all you see. The YouTube meta and Twitter is full of people who just grift and they just do the fanboy thing because they know it'll get them clicks. This is genuine. I feel this. It's real. I sat at E3 2019 and jaw dropped over the Project Scarlet marketing. I've got time in with Xbox. So I know you see clips of me getting angry, wound up, or passionate about Xbox, and you just think it's a grift. This is real. And most of the people here that know that it's real, they were with me back in the day when somebody had to buy me a PlayStation just so they could play Destiny with me on PlayStation because I was an Xbox guy. Like, I've got history with Xbox. So when I get frustrated, passionate, or critical, it's because I've been with them since the 360. I came back to console with the 360. I put in time. I would play Xbox arcade demos with my wife. And we bought games like Crimson Alliance and Gatling Wars and games like that. I played all of the Borderlands games on my Xbox with my wife. And then this generation comes out and doesn't deliver on a single thing. And I've had to sit here for years talking about this, voicing my frustrations, and I've had to listen and hear from just absolute numbskulls who couldn't bring themselves to the place of honesty to be critical of the brand. So they name call, and they call me a fanboy, and they call me a pony, and they call me a grifter. Your inability to have standards and be critical of the platform that you love is pathetic and embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's so boyish and immature. It's weird. It's like, why can't you just be critical? Why can't you be critical of them? I've had to hear from you hold the party line numbskulls for years, and it's tiring. It's tiring. If you like the brand, great. Why are you in here feeling the need to attack me or call me names about it? If they're so great, then what are you out here being Defense Force for? I'll agree that the Xbox exclusives are not the best, but it was rather cost efficient to use an Xbox in a less toxic community per personal experience. That's fine. That's fine. I've said many, many times that I get why people would get a Series S in Game Pass, especially if you got kids. I've said that time and time again. I've said that value is so subjective. You could be on Game Pass for the last couple of years and be disappointed in the lack of first-party quality and cadence, but you still feel kind of stuck because you're like, well, these games, there's so many games that I can play, and my kiddos use Game Pass so much, and you have sunk cost. Believe me, it was really hard for me to start playing PlayStation more than Xbox. It was really a weird experience when I started buying third-party games on PlayStation instead of Xbox because that's where my library was. That's where all my people were. That's where my friends list was. That's where I started my streaming career, was on Xbox. So yeah, it felt really weird to suddenly be buying my games on PlayStation. Because I get it. You got all this sunk cost. You're like, oh my gosh, all my stuff's over here. You know, all my memories, my friends list, all of it. I get it. Why do you think I get so frustrated about it? I had to completely change and walk away from a platform that I believed in and supported. I always would walk away from E3, and I always told my audience, I always felt like the Xbox showcases were better than PlayStation showcases. I felt like the PlayStation showcases were indulgent and stupid and like not considering the audience at home. I always thought the pacing was better for the Xbox showcases. I always liked Phil Spencer's presence. I thought he did a great job. You know, I wish I would have got to interview him the one year at E3, but he didn't make the rounds. They sent this other guy. I talked to the head of ID at Xbox, the independent guy. I only ever get, if you want to call it like triggered or activated, when somebody's like calling me a liar or acting like I'm not being honest. It's like, this is it. This is the authentic truth. This is me being me. Like, this is been a frustrating journey, because instead of people just being like, yeah, man, it's been kind of disappointing. Yeah, man, I wish it could have been better. It's, you're a pony, you're a grifter, you're a liar. And it's like, oh, okay. Jiminy Christmas. I turned on my Xbox the other day for the first time since canceling console Game Pass. I had one game on there that I could play. The rest of the games I could also play on my PlayStation. Makes you sad. Yeah. That's it. Like, that's it. I went through that. I don't remember the first time I did it. Right? I don't remember the first time I did it, but I remember when a game came out and I was like, yeah, I guess I'm going to get that on PlayStation. I don't remember what game it was, but I was like, this is a weird feeling to buy a third-party game on my PlayStation. It was a weird feeling because Xbox was my main for so long. Xbox was my main for so long that I got a Cronus so that I could use an Xbox controller on my PS4 Pro. That's how Xbox I was. I didn't even want to use the PlayStation controller. It was like, I hated it. I used a Cronus so that I could use... guy actually hang on. Sorry. Lone doesn't console war. Other people make it look like he does. Yeah, I'm not console warring. This isn't console warring. It's me admitting that I walked away from my main platform because they didn't give me what I wanted. That's not console warring. If you genuinely just hate the Xbox because it is the competitor to PlayStation, then I doubt you'd see the good it has to offer. I think that if you think Xbox is a competitor to PlayStation, you're delusional. They're not in competition with each other at all. The Xbox CFO said that PlayStation and Nintendo were formally seen as competitors. They're not competitors anymore. Xbox sees them as marketplaces to publish their software. They are not competitors. They're not. Phil Spencer said it, I don't even know how long ago it is now. I don't even know. 4 or 5 years ago, said their true competitors are Google and Amazon. He's like, we're not competing with PlayStation. He told us back then. He told us back then. That touched a nerve? What do you mean? See, people like you are super, super predictable. you say something that misrepresents the position, and when the person gets frustrated by that, you say, I must have hit a nerve, or wow, you're getting upset, right? You're just a gaslighter. That's gaslighting 101. You say something with the your intent is to frustrate, and then when you get frustration, you're like, I must have hit a nerve. You were trying to. It's like smacking somebody on the face and being like, I guess I left a red mark. Of course, you misrepresent my position, me, like what I think. Of course, it's going to be like, what are you talking about? I am not like, I don't hate Xbox. I don't. You want to talk about touching a nerve? I said that quick resume doesn't work sometimes, and I had a bunch of suddenly, out of nowhere, I had all these Defense Force gray names in my chat. People I had never seen before came out of the woodwork to be like, well, you're a liar. You're a liar. It works all the time. Never has a single problem. You talk about hitting a nerve. I had the audacity to say that a feature on the Series X sometimes doesn't work and causes issues, and all of a sudden, I had Xbox Defense Force in my chat. Whose nerve was hit? Who got triggered? It wasn't me. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to gaslight. I mean that you got me there when I mentioned competitors. Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're conceding, they're not competing anymore. They're just not. No one is, listen, and this was a big mistake that a lot of people thought with my coverage over the last couple of years, right? This is what a lot of people thought. They thought I wanted Xbox to go away, and they thought I wanted Xbox to die. And I'm like, that's like literally the last thing that I want. I want them to compete on the things that they said they were going to do. I thought they were coming out pound for pound this gen. The Series X was going to go to war with the PlayStation 5, and we were going to get all these banger games. And instead, they launched it alongside the Series S, hamstrung their entire generation, barely delivered any games at a cadence worth talking about, and all the quality was, in my opinion, with the exception of Forza Horizon, Hi-Fi Rush, and Indiana Jones, the cadence and quality was completely inexcusable. Phil Spencer admitted this in an email. They had a year that was a disaster. They had nothing come out. Nothing. And then what do? They come to showcases with roadmaps. They never hit the roadmap targets. The roadmap of, here are all the games coming out in the next 12 months. Here are all the games coming out in the next 12 months. And half the games don't make it. And then they do it again. Make a bunch of promises about timing and all the games coming out. And those games don't make it either. And everything gets pushed back. Lono called Xbox a sleeping giant several times a few years ago. Yeah. I used to say that all the time. That's an excellent callback, Hex. That's an excellent callback. I had tons of confidence in the Xbox brand. I was like, back in 2017, I predicted that Xbox was going to blur the line between PC and the console so that they could claim their footprint was the biggest, and so that they could approach developers and say, when you make a game for Xbox, you're not just making it for Xbox, you're making it for all of these PCs as well, and they would immediately have the largest footprint in the console fight. And I said, they're a sleeping giant. I said, if they pull this off, they'll be bigger than PlayStation overnight, and they'll have such a stronger draw to third party. And what did they do? They absolutely fumbled the ball. Xbox One, a joke. This generation, let's do the Series S. Oh my gosh. I used to say that all the time. I'm like, guys, they're going to merge the ecosystem, basically. They're going to merge PC with Xbox, and basically it's going to be, you can buy the console, you can buy the PC, it doesn't matter, Xbox is everywhere, and that was going to have magnetism to the third-party developers, and they could have crushed it, and they didn't. They screwed the pooch with the Xbox One, and then this gen was supposed to be the comeback tour, and instead they decided to do the Series S, and they basically hamstrung their entire generation. So When I say I've got time with Xbox, I've got time. I was out here commentating, co-streaming, covering E3, cheering for them, cheering for Xbox. And the last 4 years have been abysmal. So I went from thinking they were a sleeping giant to they're just sleeping. Sorry if that's upsetting to you and you don't like that and you want to put me in your dadgum content, your tweets and your clips, and you want to call me a fanboy and a grifter, go right ahead. Lying is as easy as breathing when you don't have integrity. You want to lie about me and misrepresent me? That's your own personal degradation. You can do that. You can degrade and debase yourself to dishonest liars and grifters and salt miners. That's fine. You want to regress back to some weird extended adolescence, like, I don't even know what to call it. Arrested development, just stuck in the age of like prepubescent insecurities. Go ahead. That's your own journey. That's your own choice. I'm not going to try to stop anybody, but I'm going to call it what it is. It's not honest. It's not true. It doesn't represent anything that I have thought or have said or have continued to say for the decade that I've been making content. The real Sticky with 22 months. Thank you so much. Let me bump the line. Like, it's not even that I get frustrated by the people doing it. It's like I'm genuinely, it's genuine, it's real and honest. I'm genuinely frustrated by Xbox. It's just been extremely frustrating. It's like watching your sports team make terrible decisions year after year. You know what that's like, some of you guys. You get really frustrated by it. It gets you wound up. Astrobot and Helldivers 2, I guess that's enough for y'all after 5 years. Not enough for me here, sorry. I don't care about who owns the studio. I care about exclusives because that's what drives engagement. It's why I liked Xbox for all those years, because I was getting exclusives. I was getting exclusives in Destiny. I was getting exclusives in Call of Duty. I was getting exclusives like Tomb Raider, okay? There were more exclusives in 2024 for PlayStation than Xbox even came close to having. It wasn't even a contest. You want to act like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Rise of the Ronin and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink and Stellar Blade. You want to act like all those games don't count because PlayStation doesn't own the studio? I don't know why all of a sudden that's what we determine the value of a game by. Man, I'm having a blast with this game. Who owns the studio? Oh, PlayStation doesn't? This game sucks. I'm turning it off. Like, what? The best games always come at the end of the generation. I'll just have to wait and be patient. Can we get some wait untils in chat? You're not even talking about Xbox? Okay, well, let's talk about PlayStation. You didn't like any of the exclusives that PlayStation got last year? There were tons of them. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? I mean, up to this point, you didn't like Demon's Souls Remake, Returnal, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Gran Turismo 7, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Spider-Man 2. You didn't like any of those games? You didn't like any of the other exclusives they got, like Final Fantasy 16? You didn't like any of those games? You're referring to first-party titles? Right, I just listed a bunch. Take Final Fantasy 16 out of the bunch. You didn't like any of those? I always find it weird, these alleged PlayStation fans that want to be like, well, I'm not talking about Xbox, I'm talking about PlayStation. I've been disappointed in them. And you're strangely using the parameters and the goalposts that the Xbox fans use. It's always weird to me that I'm dealing with an alleged PlayStation fan who's like, yeah, I've been really upset by insert all of the Xbox talking points. The ones that I liked, I already played on the PS4 Pro. See? Teed up and ready to say that most of those games aren't PS5 games. Already there. Like I said, I always find it weird that someone's like, you know, I'm a PlayStation fan And your parameters for value are seemingly what all of the anti-Sony Xbox fans say. All you care about is first party. You probably call Horizon Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok PS4 games, so they don't count either. Like, you have all these weird goalpost parameters to discount everything they've done this gen. It's just weird to me. It's like, are you a PlayStation fan, or are you just claiming that so that you get to claim that, like, oh no, I'm a PlayStation fan and I'm disappointed? Really? So all of your value structure and hierarchy of what matters is quite literally what all of the bleed green guys say about why PlayStation's not any good? That's weird to me. There's been a stupid cadence of first-party games and exclusives for PlayStation. We're in 2025, but for the last 4 years, all I care about, I was just comparing first-party this gen to the previous. That's what I mean, though. What first-party games were crushing it during PS4 Pro era that didn't crush it this era? What games are you talking about? Because PS4 Pro era, some of the best titles were God of War 2018 and Spider-Man 1. And this gen on PS5, you got God of War Ragnarok, that amazing Valhalla update, Spider-Man 2. I mean, I don't understand. Like, what were you playing during PS4 Pro era that you feel like just wasn't delivered this era? What were you playing? You didn't like Returnal? You didn't like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart? You didn't like Horizon Forbidden West? Gran Turismo 7? God of War Ragnarok? Spider-Man 2? You didn't like any of those games? I don't get what made you a PlayStation fan then. Like, what were you playing? Yeah, the Burning Shores DLC was spectacular. I never understand. I'm always curious. Like, well, what made you a PlayStation fan? What in the world were you playing back then? Because we got games in that vein this gen. Do you want to know how I know that? That was my introduction into PlayStation. It was. But I only had a PlayStation so I could play Destiny with my community. I got a PS4 Pro, and I played God of War 2018, and I played Spider-Man. And then, when I walked into the PS5 era, they just kept delivering games in that vein of value and quality and greatness. I just kept getting more of that. So what were you playing during the PS4 Pro era that you feel like they just haven't delivered the last 4 years? What in the world were you playing? Like I said, it's always suspicious to me when someone claims they're a PlayStation fan and they use all of the anti-Sony bleed green value parameters. Oh, well, those exclusives don't count because they're not first party. That doesn't sound like a PlayStation fan to me. That doesn't. That doesn't sound like a PlayStation fan. Why would a PlayStation fan care? Stellar Blade was great. Rise of the Ronin was good. Helldivers 2 was awesome. Plenty of people loved Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Halfway through last year, they had more exclusives and then the year wasn't even over yet, and they had more exclusives than Xbox was going to have all year. TJ Rage with 27 months and MM Plus. Halo Infinite pushed me to PS5. Starfield pushed me to PC. I joined 2 new platforms in 1 gen because of the box. Thank you, TJ Rage. And that bumps us to 324. One more and I'll drop a 5-bomb. Is Ronin worth buying? With some caveats, the open world performance is not as consistent as I was like it. There's some sections with fire and smoke that definitely has the frame dropping and it's annoying. And there's some late stage fights that I didn't like because you train with swords and stances and parry, and you use that as you analyze the enemies, and every weapon has 4 stances, so you might switch weapons in the fight and switch stances in the fight. Awesome layered analysis of what the enemy's going to do and their telegraphs and everything. And then some of the late stage fights, you're like fighting Iron Man. I found some of that to be annoying. Other than that, I give that game a solid 8. Ronin's got a solid 8 for me. I really liked it. It just had some rough edges that I was kind of like, about. Ronin's a lot better on the Pro. I mean, I would assume that it would just run better on the Pro. It wasn't egregious. It was just noticeable. It was noticeable. The performance issues were very noticeable. Lono's always prepared with a whole list. A whole list of what? And a 5-bomb comes in from K. Cole, and he says, I'll do you one better, Lono. There it is, 329. Somebody should do a single and tempt somebody. Here's the 5 that I owe you. All you got to do, if you want to hang out here and debate me and disagree with me, all you got to do is 2 things. It's real simple. Don't insult me. Don't insult chat. Don't insult. And don't lie. That's it. That's all I ask. You can come in and be an enormous bleed green, I got a Phil Spencer tattoo fanboy. I don't care. Just don't insult me or chat and don't lie. Dealing with the lies in the fan fiction just gets so dadgum old. There's no reason for it. Lone Wolf does it. Let's see if we can fish out and bait out a 20 bomb. Hex just made it an Agents of Chaos. That's okay. That's okay, Hex. We'll see. We'll see if they're in the water. I only paid $300 for my PS5, like new from a family member. I still mostly play on my PS4 Pro. Okay. You're either an AI experimenting with human interaction or an alien or you're insane. Why wouldn't you play on the PS5 backwards compatible? The games run better. What are you even saying? Like that's what? That's like saying, yeah, I just got a 40 series card, but I still mostly play on my 2080 rig. What? Why? What? What? That doesn't make any sense. Why are you still playing on your PS4 Pro when you have a PS5? It doesn't make any sense. You can play Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut right now. You can play Ghost of Tsushima backwards compatible and get like no loading screens and 60 FPS. And you're going to play it on the Pro? I mean, on the PS4? Why? Sentimental reasons? Get the frick out of here. Get out of here. Sentimental reasons? What, do you cuddle with it at night? It's just a console. You, sir, are an enigma. You have a better console that can play the games at better performance. And you're like, nah, bro, I'm a little sentimental about that Pro. It makes me feel good when the fans spin up and hum like a jet engine. Oh, my gosh. At least he's entertaining. Jester says, Holy Mother of God, why? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I got 2 vehicles. I'm going to Uber to work. It's sentimental, you know? Oh, frick. What time is it? Dadgummit. How long have we been streaming? 5 hours. Can we get some more let's get 400 likes. I wasn't even watching the time. I'm having fun. I'm having fun. It's fun to get wound up and rant. I like it. I don't do it every day. You know, we don't like that to be a constant on the channel, but what are we making fun of? Oh, yeah. My PS4 is super quiet for real. I know it's uncommon apparently. Maybe the DualSense is too big for his hands. I can't believe using, to be quite honest with you, the other thing I can't believe you're using a PS4 controller over the DualSense. The PS4 controller is made for like hamster hands. It's like, I don't even have big hands and the controller felt too small. I hated the PS4 controller. The DualSense just felt so much better. I need a green room. Yeah, we need to go to green room. We need to go to green room because I need time to plan for tomorrow. Holy crap, it's 3:30. I'm so off the rails. I'm like so rudderless without Creature. Okay, so we're going to get ready to go to a segment called the Green Room. If you want to come with us, you've got to be at Member Plus and above. If you want to come with us, click the join button right now and make sure you pick the $6 Member Plus tier. We got a few minutes. If somebody wants to blast a 20 bomb and get us a 350, I'll drop 5 more members, but I need to set this up. Yeah, we got work to do. If you're a gifted member, or you're at the $5 member tier, you get morning coffee every morning to start the day with me. That's a segment that you get access to. You get Fridays with Hilly and community game days, and Friday nights with my wife. But we are going to start ending the day in the green room for Member Plus and above. Yeah. The interface is better. There were some things I liked on the PS4 over it. Yeah. There were. I'm just going to create room. A new one. Green room. Member Plus. Actually, I'll do VIP. I'll just type VIP. I'm having to type this up fresh. Sometimes if you use like a really old stream, YouTube gets grumpy. So I'm having to make a brand new game green room. No, I don't want it in gaming news. I want it in members only. No, we're not using AI monetization. Visibility, Member Plus or higher, set for 3:30, 2 minutes from now. 2 minutes for a miracle. If anybody wants to upgrade, now's the time. If anybody wants to gift, now's the time. You got 2 minutes. YouTube gets grumpy a lot. Love you, YouTube. You the best. Yeah, we definitely had some weirdness earlier with... we were having like sound glitches or something. I don't know. People were complaining about it. Thank you guys for 400 likes on the video. Appreciate you. All right, let me set up redirect. Save it. All right, there we go. Let me get you guys a link. I don't even know who that is. Nara says, Lone, I just want you to know I appreciate the hell out of you. You've been truly a godsend. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Who is it you guys are saying was bopped in the past? Hang on, I'm looking. I can't find them to click on them to see age. Anyway, we gotta go. The link in chat is for the green room. Let's start it. Thanks so much for being a member plus or higher. We are gonna start doing this. This is how we're gonna start ending the day. And we think it's fair. We've been extending the streams anyway, and so this has been shorter. And so if you're at Member Plus or VIP, you get this segment now at the end of the day where we kind of plan things and hash things out. No Creature today. He actually had to go to the hospital to get hydrated and get his fever to break. It was that bad, but he's better now. He's better. He should be back on his feet tomorrow. We're hoping. His wife texted me and let me know. So our thoughts, obviously, and prayers go out to him. Hopefully he's feeling better. And a little rudderless today without him. I got going and we went for 5 hours. I'm going to end the previous stream. And I'm going to redirect folks over, and I'll change that thumbnail because we're no longer live.